What is up, guys? Blue Spooky here. Since it's Christmas time and coming up upon the new year as well, I figured that in addition to posting my normal 40-minute videos every day, I'd do something where I do a bunch of compilations of the best stories of the year and release that earlier in the day before the normal videos come out at 5:30. This is the first one for Christmas, so if you want to, you can put this on in the background and play it while you're opening presents or doing whatever it is you like to do, maybe doing some cooking or something. Either way, I hope you guys will enjoy these, and if you don't feel like listening to this compilation of stories you've already heard before, you can go ahead and skip this one and just tune in at 5:30. At which time there will be a normal video with all new stories if that's the sort of thing you like more. Anyways, without further ado, I will let you guys get right to the stories, and I hope you guys have a great Christmas day. Thanks for watching. This happened when I was younger and in college. Thusly, I went to parties a whole lot more often. My university, though quite a large one in a bustling college town, was practically set out in the middle of nowhere. While most of the parties were held on campus or in town, occasionally some really wild ones would be held off campus. Those generally had more drug use or things like that going on though. They were safer to hold out in the middle of nowhere because you were less likely to bother neighbors and therefore much less likely to have the police called on the party for any reason. I had heard about one such party from a frat buddy of mine. He said it was being given by a friend of his in a house that his rich parents owned. They were going to be out of the country for a while, and he wanted to throw the most memorable party he possibly could. I couldn't make it as early to the party as he was leaving, so he told me he would just give me the directions so I could drive myself out there. My buddy gave me what I guess he thought were good directions, and even drew a little map as well with how to get there. Apparently, it would take at least an hour of driving, which I was really not looking forward to. I definitely was not rich, and owned an old car that I was always afraid would break down on me at some point. Still though, I told him I would be there all the same. It was already dark outside when I left, but it wasn't too late at night yet. To make matters even worse, it seemed like there was a storm fast approaching. It wasn't raining quite yet, for which I was thankful. But there was plenty of thunder and lightning in the sky. I hated driving in the rain, so I tried to drive a little faster, hopefully to get to the party before the storm fully broke. I was having a really difficult time finding a way to this place though. I knew that supposedly this guy's house was up on a hill somewhere. It was supposed to have been built with a log cabin sort of look to it. It was a vacation home that was barely even used. I guess it was so far out because when they did use it, they wanted to have a feeling of being isolated from the world. There were several times I thought I might have missed the turnoff to head in the right direction. It was hard to see the street signs when it was so dark with no lights. Also, a few times there weren't even any street signs. Just roads that wandered off onto a random hill. I kept wondering if the one I'd just passed was the road I was supposed to turn on. I started to think that maybe my frat buddy was not the best guy in the world at giving directions. I finally pulled off on a random road that I was sure was not the right one. The reason I'd done this was because I'd been driving for way too long, and I was absolutely sure I'd missed the turn now. I thought I should backtrack a little bit to make sure. To do this though, I needed somewhere to turn around. I figured I would find a driveway somewhere, pull in and out real quickly. No sooner than I'd begun driving on that hill, the rain finally began to pour down, and it began pouring hard as well. Great, that was just what I needed to happen. It was already dark and hard to see on this road, but it became nearly impossible to see anything after that. My headlights were just as much of a hindrance as they were helpful. I kept on driving and driving down this small road, not coming upon any driveways or homes at all. At some point, the road was becoming so small that it might be impossible to make a 3-point turnabout even. That was when I noticed something just up ahead of me. there was a gate blocking the road. I had no choice but to stop at this gate. However, looking at this road, it looked like it widened just enough right before the gate itself, so I could make an effort to turn around. Right then, though, I was suddenly startled by a pounding at my window. I turned and saw a man standing outside my car door in the rain. He was wearing a raincoat and carrying a flashlight as well. I couldn't see much of him because he was shining his light right in my eyes. "Hey, you're not supposed to be here," he yelled at me. "Get the hell out of here!" I kept trying to maneuver my car around, and now it was even more difficult with him blocking the way. He just kept screaming at me to get out. He kept pounding his fist on the window as well. I thought that was bad, but when I had the car half turned around, my headlight shined into the trees on the side of the road. I could see 2 more people in raincoats, hiding amongst them. They didn't look very pleased, and I was sure they were carrying guns as well. That set my panic up much higher. "Get the hell out of here!" the man kept yelling, and believe me, I was trying. It wasn't easy though. I was so scared I didn't care if I hit the guy or not. When I got my car around as much as I could, I turned the wheel as sharply as I could and hit the gas. It took a moment, likely because the dirt road was so wet, but I was finally able to pull away from this scary man and his friends. I drove off of that road as quickly as I could. When I got back to the main road, I was thankful as hell to be off that hill. I decided to just skip the party and head back to campus where I was sure I would be safe. My frat buddy wondered, of course, why I'd never made it. I told him what happened, but he didn't seem to believe me for whatever reason. He thought I'd just decided not to go and was making up excuses. I've told the story several times in his presence, but he never seems to believe me. I grew up in the same house for my entire childhood. My parents had bought it before I was born, and they lived in it all the way until they passed away. Right now, my siblings and I all share ownership of the house, although no one currently resides in it. I had my own bedroom growing up too. It was great to never have to share a room with someone else. Sometimes though, it could be a little bit scary to have one's own room. And this story was the scariest thing that ever happened to me in that room. I do remember though that although I always had my own bedroom, I changed rooms with my younger sister at some point. My parents didn't tell us why they were making the change at that time. On occasion, I would get a really uneasy feeling when I was alone in this newer room. It would come out of nowhere and just linger on me for a bit. It wasn't ever anything serious though. When I was 16 years old, I was laying in bed reading. When I got too tired to do any more, I turned the lights off and tried to get to sleep. When I did this, however, that uneasy feeling I would sometimes get came back in full force. For some reason, I had this desire to go and open up my closet door and check in there before going back to bed. It was a little nighttime ritual I had not done in a long time. Normally after I did so though, I would drift off to sleep with no problem. Obviously, nothing was in the closet when I checked. I went back to bed and turned my lamp off. I laid on my side, which is how I usually slept, facing the window, which looked out into the backyard of the house. I immediately jumped out of bed and screamed as loud as I could. There was someone standing in the backyard, peering in through my window. I couldn't make them out perfectly, but I could see the top half of a human face from the nose up. Whoever this was, they were looking right at me. I switched on my lamp, but by the time my eyes adjusted, the man was already gone out of sight. My mom and dad both came running into the room, asking me what was wrong. I explained what happened to them, and they almost seemed relieved. My dad told my mom that he would go and check out the backyard just to be sure. I wasn't sure what he meant by that. Finally, my mom told me why it was she had switched rooms with my younger sister. Apparently, for a long period of time, my younger sister had complained about some guy watching her from the window. She never saw his full face, just the top half of it, but she always knew he was looking at her. Whenever my dad would go out and check the backyard, though, there would never be anyone there. My parents had chalked the experience up to my younger sister's imagination. They thought if they switched bedrooms, the bedroom I was previously in was on the second floor, that my younger sister would stop imagining things. After switching, she never mentioned a person looking into her window ever again. That was years and years before this happened, and because of that, my parents eventually forgot about it. My dad came back and confirmed there was no one in the backyard. They asked me if my younger sister had ever told me about this before, and I told them she had not. I had never even suspected such a thing of happening. They seemed a bit doubtful, but also freaked out that this had happened again. When I asked my younger sister about this later, she definitely remembered it. She had been much younger when it had happened, but that face was still burned in her memory. I never saw that person again after, and we're not entirely sure what was going on in our backyard. Well, this is probably the worst thing that happened to me in my life. It happened to me when I was simply going out for a walk. I live out in the mountains in a very nice house, and I enjoyed very much taking walks in the wilderness. On this day, I got some water and a little food for a snack in my bag, and set out to go for a walk in the woods. Now, I've done this many times before, so it's very hard to explain what happened. To this day, I still can't even quite find the words to explain it. I was very familiar with the territory I was in. I don't know how this happened, but somehow I took a wrong turn somewhere. I really had absolutely no memory of how this occurred, but I began to notice the wilderness was a lot different than what I'd noticed before. It didn't take me too long to realize I'd gone the completely wrong way. I turned around and tried to backtrack to the area I was familiar with, but turning around and backtracking didn't work. If anything, it made things a lot more difficult for me. Even when I was going back over what I thought was the area I'd previously gone through, I wasn't sure that I really was. Nothing looked familiar, and I became very worried I'd made several wrong turns since then. It didn't take long for me to admit to myself I was completely lost, and this was a very bad place to be lost in. With the mountains and forests and everything in this area, getting lost could be a real death sentence. I wasn't too worried at first, though. I hadn't been out for a very long time, and I felt I could still quickly find my way back to an area I was familiar with. As time went on, though, I found I was not going to be finding my way back home so quickly. I think the more I tried to zone in and find an area I was familiar with, the more I found myself getting lost. As the day got later and later, and I kept not recognizing a single thing, I really began to worry. The biggest fear was when it got dark outside. Despite having no idea where I was already, I knew there would be for sure no way I was going to find my way home in the dark. I didn't have a flashlight on me either, and it would be difficult to see much of anything. As it got darker, I knew I would have to try and settle down for the night. I tried to find some place that would be safe and warm, but that was obviously hard to do as well. I just found the best place I could, and realized I would have to hunker down. This was going to be quite a horrible night, and it really was. Being cold and alone and lost was truly terrifying. I had never had to sleep on the ground before like this. Mostly, I was stuck thinking about how I would be able to get home the next day. I slept very poorly that night, as one might expect. Either way, I was happy to be able to have light again in the morning. I set out, hoping I would be able to find my way to somewhere, anywhere, even a simple road or path. This quickly proved that it was not going to be a winning strategy for me. The second day out in the woods turned out a lot like the first one. Couldn't find anything familiar and couldn't find any signs of civilization. Also, the meager water I had brought with me was mostly gone by now. I knew I would have to find a creek, just to not die of dehydration. Just like the first day, it began getting dark before I could do much of anything. For a second time, the night was coming down, and I hadn't made any headway getting out of these mountains. I had to find another place to try and hunker down and keep warm for the night. Like the previous one, I knew it was going to be rather cold, so I knew I was in for something that was not going to be fun. There was something different about the second night than the first one, though. Although I'd slept badly the first night, it was mostly because of the weather and discomfort. The second night was different. I kept on hearing these sounds, like someone or something was out in the woods with me. I wasn't sure how to tell if it was a person or an animal. I was just a hiker, not a hunter or anyone with that sort of knowledge. Whatever this was, though, it seemed like it was sticking around my area for quite a long time. Being so dark, though, I was not able to see anything, and I didn't want to call out and reveal my position. I figured if it was someone who could have helped me, they would have known I was there already. At some point, due to the sheer tiredness, I must have dozed off. After that, I slept a lot more soundly than I had the night before. When I finally woke up, I noticed the sun had been up for quite a while. At first, I was relieved to have slept well, but that didn't last long at all. When I got up, I noticed there were some twigs arranged in a formation on the ground, in such a way they spelled out the letter X. That couldn't have been by chance, and an animal wouldn't have done that either. It was a neat letter X that I knew hadn't been there the night before. At that point, I was already dried out from not having any water left over, and although I'd slept deeply, I was still pretty tired. I was worried about how much longer I'd survive out here on my own. The last thing I needed was some strange or crazy person following me. On the third day, I tried even harder to try and find my way out of the area. I wasn't too worried as long as there was light outside. It was incredibly bright out today, and I hadn't seen anyone in the woods yet. I also didn't hear those sounds out with me. After a while, I eventually found a small stream. I was able to get some water to drink, which was the best thing at the moment. I was hungry, but there wasn't much I could do about that. The stream led to a creek, but that didn't help me very much. It didn't seem like I was any closer to finding my way out, and I didn't find my way out again that day. Once again, I had to sleep in the woods, only this time I was much more terrified than I had been before. Despite being scared though, I still managed to drift off. I think not having had any food probably made it a lot easier. I woke up the next morning to something even more terrifying than the X from the previous night. Not far from where I was sleeping, a slaughtered rodent of some sort was lying on the ground. Scrawled in the dirt was a single word: leave. I got up quickly that morning and set off again, determined more than ever to get myself back to safety. I was completely terrified at that point. Obviously, someone didn't want me out there, no more than I wanted to be out there myself. Sometime in what I figured was the afternoon, I was in an open area on the side of a hill. That was when I saw someone emerge from the trees. I thought back to the X, to the rodent, and the message. I was about to leave and run off before I heard them call out my name. Then I heard them yell to someone else. I'm glad I didn't just run off, because it turns out a search party had been put together to come and rescue me. They didn't have the highest hopes because I'd been gone for so long, and were actually pretty surprised when they found me alive and kicking. Fortunately, they brought along some food and water as well, so I was able to fill up on that. I told them about the scary thing I had experienced, but most of them seemed to think I was just delirious from not having eaten in a day. I knew better than that, however. I knew there was someone out there who didn't want me to be out there with them. I just hoped they were happy as I was when I finally left. I came home around 12 a.m. to the house I share with 4 roommates. When walking on the sidewalk, I noticed a man across the street, facing the other side and seemingly doing nothing. I passed by and entered my house, locking the door behind me. I went to the kitchen, passing one of my roommates on the living room couch. The hallway from the front doorway opens into the living room and then to the kitchen. When I left the kitchen, I saw a dark outline through the door window and stopped to focus my eyes. My couched roommate looked at me confused, as in their perspective, I just suddenly stopped in my tracks for no reason. The outer door was open, and the man from across the street was looking in. Then he started jiggling the knob. As I heard the door start rattling, I yelled out to my roommate, "There's a fucking guy at our door!" My roommate got up from the couch alarmed, and we together got closer to the door. I could now see the man's face, pressed up against the door window. His eyes were blank, and he had long, oily hair. His expression made me feel extremely uncomfortable. It was almost as if he was simply staring through us, with no recognition of us even being there. My roommate called down to the basement to make sure the door leading to the backyard was locked. I got closer to the man as he kept trying the handle to go upstairs and alarm my other roommates. When we came back down, the man was no longer at the door. We peered out the window, only to see him standing in our walkway, looking across the street again. Reflecting on this, I'm happy I remembered to lock the door, because often I'd forget, and spend the night with the door unlocked. I can just imagine if the door was the same that night, and he'd stepped into our house. I wonder how the event would have went. I still think about how he probably would have walked through the hallway. My roommate on the couch would see this stranger in our living room. Surely would have scared the shit out of him. Most likely the guy was drugged out by the way his expressions was, and who knows what people on drugs' motivations may be. My name is Jen. I'm in my 40s, and my friend and I run a business via Airbnb here in the UK. We own a few different properties across London, and while my friend acts as the financial backing, I do the day-to-day business of dealing with repairs and guest inquiries, as well as inspecting the rentals both before the guests arrive and after they check out. As you can imagine, summertime is our busiest period of the year, with business also picking up a lot around Christmas too. We always have this really quiet period around autumn time, where we struggle to break even. It really puts a dent in the annual profits. Imagine our joy when last year, we got a 3-week-long booking for one of our swankier properties in North London. It was a huge payday for us, even with the block discount that Airbnb mandates, and we try to be as welcoming and accommodating as possible to increase the chance of repeat stays. For those of you that have used Airbnb before, you know that the vast majority of rentals are completely no contact. And that style has really only increased over the course of the pandemic. That means that we didn't meet our renters even once, and throughout the whole 3-week stay, we didn't receive a single call or contact attempt from them either. The only thing we knew for sure was that one of the 2 guests was a girl named Alice. Alice had paid the deposit, the rental fee, everything. About halfway through their stay, I dropped a text to Alice to ask if everything was going okay. I received no reply other than, "Fine, thanks." We assumed their stay was going wonderfully. I certainly wasn't complaining very much. Low-maintenance guests were a help, because as much as I don't mind helping out where and when I'm needed, there's nothing worse than a person who calls you up every 5 minutes asking where things are and claiming things are broken when they just don't know how to use them. When their 3 weeks were over, I made my way over to the flat to make sure everything was still in order. Not that I was expecting anything to be in rough shape though. Maybe a few towels left on the floor, a full bin bag or something. The usual minor stuff people leave behind when they're in a hurry to get out of there. We'd had someone make a real mess of one of the flats recently though, after having an all-night party, so I was ready to be greeted by an absolute horror show. Nothing could have prepared me for what I found that day though. I knew something was wrong almost immediately after trying to get inside to check. There seemed to be something blocking the door from the other side. It took a few good hard shoves to get it to move. Then I saw further inside someone had piled up chairs against some of the doors as a means of slowing down entry as well, but not completely barring access. I also noticed how cold it was inside. That was the first hint that I got that someone had left all the windows open, something we specifically asked guests not to do, since the area had something of a pigeon problem. I rather quickly deduced that whoever had tried to bar the door had done so, then used a window to actually leave the flat. Why in God's name they'd want to do that though was a complete mystery to me, at least for the next few minutes anyway. I walked into the living room to shut the window. That's when I saw the mess they'd made. But unlike the mess that partiers leave behind, which tends to be loads of empty bottles and cans, cigarette butts, that sort of thing, this time it looked like there had been some sort of fight. Loads of glasses and plates were smashed, the chairs were wrecked, the tables were overturned. It was a complete mess. The next place I decided to check was the bedroom, deciding to leave the bathroom until last. I was honestly dreading whatever had been left in there. Seeing the state the bedroom had been left in just made me dread it even more. There were all kinds of empty condom wrappers all over the bedroom, as well as adult toys strewn everywhere. The sheets had stains on them. God knows what they'd come from. The whole room just reeked of you-know-what. It was disgusting. Finally, though, I braced myself to check the bathroom and see what kind of mess had been left behind in there. I was expecting something god-awful that I'd probably have to spend the rest of the morning cleaning. But like I said, I could have never been ready for what was behind that door. I pushed open the door slightly, took a peek inside, then immediately slammed it closed after seeing something lying motionless in the bath. Something person-shaped. I say person-shaped because just from the split second I'd seen that, it didn't look like a person, not a living one anyway. They were lumpy and covered in gore, almost like they'd been butchered and the meat piled on top of each other. I think I was in denial about what I was seeing at first. I mean, I didn't want it to be what it was, so in those few moments, I tried to think of everything it could have been instead of facing reality. I don't know what actually drove me to open the door again. I certainly didn't want to. I think I'd actually managed to convince myself it was a hallucination or something. I just assumed the worst after seeing the rest of the place. It surely couldn't be as bad as I thought it was. Only it was as bad as I thought it was. If anything, it was worse. There was a body lying there in the bath, probably in the worst condition you can imagine. Part of the reason I refused to recognize it immediately is because this girl's face was so beaten that you couldn't even recognize her as a human being anymore. There wasn't a single patch of skin that didn't have blood drying on it, but it wasn't that brown, old-looking blood that had long since clotted. It looked kind of fresh, like they'd been there for only a few hours at most. I immediately pulled my phone out, dialing 999 to tell them I needed police as quickly as possible. The girl, who I assume was the girl who'd rented from us, was laying there perfectly still. I couldn't hear her breathing or anything. I just assumed she was dead. I even told the bloke on the other end of the line that I was almost certain. That's when he asked me to check her pulse to make sure. I did as he asked, 100% certain there would not be a thing. In my mind, there was no one on earth that could survive the kind of violence I was seeing right here. I don't even think I was touching the right spot on her neck at first. I couldn't feel a single thing. After racking my brain for a minute trying to remember the girl's name, I think I just blanked because of the panic. I just said out loud, "Alice?" She then opened her eyes. It was almost like she'd properly come back from the dead or something. That was the single most terrifying moment of my life. It was horrendous. Her eyes were all bloodshot. One of them had no white in it whatsoever. It was just a bright red mess of broken blood vessels. As soon as she laid eyes on me, she started screaming and lashing out. I ran out of the flat and into the corridor outside, shouting, "She's still alive!" down the phone. After that, I had to run back upstairs to make sure the girl didn't leave by herself. She had obviously launched into fight or flight mode after waking up and must have thought she was still in danger. When I got back upstairs, she was half naked, slouched in the hallway, crying her eyes out. I told her to stay put, and an ambulance was on the way. All she could do was cry, while blood poured down her face. That's another image I'll never get out of my head, how her tears actually seemed to be just blood. When the paramedics arrived, I found out the only reason she hadn't run off after waking up screaming was because she literally couldn't. I don't know what kind of damage had been done to her legs, but the paramedics had to bring in a stretcher just to get her down into the ambulance. After she was taken to the hospital, a second set of policemen asked me to stay out of the flat on behalf of a forensics team, which were on their way down then. They proceeded to ask me questions regarding exactly what I'd seen and what I knew about the people renting. Obviously, I knew next to nothing other than the person's name and the amount of time they were staying for. Still, I answered the questions best I could. They promised to keep me in the loop regarding certain details so I could pass them on to our insurance company for the eventual claim we were going to file. About a week or so later, I got a call from an officer. While he didn't tell me exactly what happened, he told me everything he was permitted to. Basically, the two girls who'd rented the flat were call girls. They would often come down from the north to use the place as a kind of base of operations because they could charge more for their services in London than they could up north. At least, that was their logic for this little venture. Apparently, their idea had worked out really well, and they'd had a profitable, relatively trouble-free first few weeks. Then, though, on the night before they'd been due to check out, some local gangsters got wind of their little operation and didn't take too kindly. Apparently, they were charging quite a bit of money, but still lower than the gangsters had agreed upon for all their girls. The gangsters hatched a little plan. They would raid the flat the girls were staying in, scare them enough to leave the area, and take any money they'd made in the process. Thing was, the girls didn't keep the money in the flat with them. They were taking the cash to a friend of theirs who just so happened to live in London too. That's how only one girl ended up getting left behind. She ended up being the only one they beat the crap out of and tortured as a means of scaring the other girl. They'd forced her out the window before making her lead them to where they'd stashed their money. That's all I was told, and as much as the officer hinted that they got a few blokes in custody, they obviously couldn't tell me who they were or who they were affiliated with. That was the single worst incident in the history of our little Airbnb business, and probably one of the worst things I'd ever come across in my entire life. Okay, so a few years back, me and my girlfriend decided to get out of the city for a few days by renting an Airbnb. We spent a while looking at a bunch of different places and finally settled in this place on a farm, about a 2-hour drive out of the city. It was this little guest house on a farm just across from the main house, where the owners must have lived. We talked a little via email after actually paying for the place. Just little things like if we wanted some wine or coffee left for our arrival. The owners were very friendly like that. Just a few days before we were due to drive out there, though, they suddenly stopped replying to all our emails. It was a little worrying, but not hugely so. I mean, we'd already paid all our fees and stuff, so we were definitely entitled to rent the little guest house for the week we'd paid for. Besides, we figured they were just busy or something, and would get back to us as soon as they could. They told us in one email that the keys to the place would be in a lockbox that was attached to the place's porch. They'd email us the code on either the day before we arrived or the day of our arrival, for security reasons. Like I'd said though, they seemed to just totally go dark just a few days before, and they ended up not emailing us any kind of code. We were kind of annoyed, as anyone might be, as we'd already paid all the money and all that. I know we probably should have just canceled the trip and got a refund from Airbnb, but we really liked the idea of staying on this small farm. It would make the perfect little break from our busy urban lives, so we decided to just roll the dice. Drive out there and get the code to the lockbox by knocking at the actual farmhouse instead of relying on email and stuff. The place was relatively easy to find, and both the farmhouse and the little guest house looked awesome. There was just one problem though. The door to the main house was wide open. There was a trail of clothes and household items, all leading up to a spot that it looked like a truck or car had once sat. As you can guess, we could instantly tell something was not right. It looked like whoever had lived there had left in a hurry for some reason. Just to be sure, we walked up to the door and knocked on it, even though it was already open. We called out and tried to get anyone's attention. We didn't receive a reply, so there was definitely no one home. We didn't actually have any of their numbers. There was no getting in touch with them to find out what happened or when they'd be back. Not that we actually thought they'd be coming back anytime soon. Actually, the trail of stuff gave us a pretty good idea that no one would be returning at all. The real questions we were faced with was why the hell did the family leave in such a hurry? What scared them so bad they'd left so fast? We didn't exactly stick around for very long. You could just feel the bad vibes hanging in the air, and my girlfriend was begging me to get us out of there, almost from the moment we'd left the car. And the time we were there, we didn't see any blood or anything like that. Nothing to indicate what had happened at all. We made sure to call the cops on the way back into the city, just to let them know something was up here, if they didn't already know. Getting our money back was much easier than we figured too. I guess they couldn't get in touch with the family either. Since it was still the day we were due to check in, I guess the money was still in digital limbo or something, so they got us a refund pretty quickly. I always wondered what happened, since we didn't end up getting any real answers about it, other than the fact we got our money back pretty quickly. I'm guessing that meant they didn't contest the refund with Airbnb. We've rented since then too, with none of that same creepiness being repeated. I definitely recommend using the company. But I suppose you just don't know what you're walking into until you actually arrive there. A few years ago now, me and a friend of mine got an Airbnb in Berlin for the weekend. A converted attic with 2 beds and some basic accommodations. The first night at around 4 a.m., I heard some footsteps walking up the final staircase, which led directly to the door of the attic. The next thing I knew, I saw the door slowly begin peeling open, as if someone was trying to sneak inside. I got this immediate gut punch feeling of terror, realizing I'd forgotten to lock the door. I just laid there, with my eyes glued to the doorway as it continued to slowly open. I called out, thinking it was a friend trying to mess with me or something. No response. The door stopped inching open. I called out again and again, but whoever was on the other side refused to answer. All of a sudden, the door swung wide open, slamming hard against the wall. I could see a shadow outline of a person, distorted by the darkness behind them and illuminated by the window slightly. I went into full fight-or-flight mode and sprang up onto the bed. I grabbed a nearby lamp to use as a weapon, and I swung it while running around the figure. After what felt like a few minutes, but was probably just a split second, I found myself with a clear path to the doorway, weaving around the figure into the subsequent staircase. I threw the lamp behind me at the intruder and flew down all 3 flights of stairs with so much energy. I was lucky not to fall and kill myself. I shook awake my friend immediately and told her we had to leave right now. I called the cops and said she had to come with me. A few minutes later, my other friends arrived. The cops arrived too. They told us the place was all clear, but we were idiots for leaving the door open and trashing the place. We had left the door open, but we'd never trashed it. That must have been the intruder. I never stayed in another dodgy place like that ever again. I wouldn't even if you paid me. It all started when my friend invited me to his house for the evening to stay over until the next morning. I had to be at his place around 9 p.m. so his parents could inform us of all the rules before they left for the evening. Unfortunately, I hadn't kept track of the time very well and arrived 15 minutes late because of this. Once we got to his place, we were all alone. His parents had seemingly already left. Later that evening, my friend decided to go downstairs to pee and get something to eat. After about 10 minutes though, he still hadn't returned yet. I went down to check what was going on when I saw my friend there, totally asleep on the sofa, with his parents. I should point out I'd never met his parents in person before this. They immediately told me that my friend, once he'd arrived downstairs, sat down on the sofa and collapsed from exhaustion. His parents took him upstairs to his bed to sleep. I was pretty tired as well, so I was just about to go to bed too. Right before I did so though, I received a notification message. The message said, "We're on the road, hope the house isn't a mess already." When I received this message, I immediately knew the parents that had been downstairs were not my friend's real parents. I had to come up with some sort of plan, but with the fear and stress, it was pretty hard to think in that moment. I called the fake parents and said there was a leak in the bathroom that wouldn't stop. They went upstairs, and once in the bathroom, I grabbed my friend and hid us in the garden shed. Once inside, I called my friend's parents and then the police, announcing what was going on. About 10 minutes later, the police and parents arrived, and my friend had finally woken up. I told him what was going on and opened the door for the police, telling them the story as well. About a week later, I heard back about the case. The people had not been found, but in the kitchen they found some very strong sleeping pills, as well as various pieces of rope and tape. Since that incident, I always make sure I meet my friend's parents before I ever try to sleep over at their houses. I'm a 42-year-old woman with a fairly normal life. I want to make it clear, I don't mean normal in a bad way either. I've always planned for my life to be fairly average, if you will. I'm just not the kind of person that has super extravagant dreams I want to accomplish. I've always been the sort of person who is completely okay with having an office job and working an 8-to-5 workday. Sometimes I wondered why I never had the ambition to be great like other people did growing up, but I figured it must have been because my parents were also just fine with ordinary lives. This specific situation happened when I was 40 and working in an accounting office as a secretary/receptionist. It was quite boring work, but I really didn't mind. It was only some hours out of my day and the pay was fairly decent as well. There was, however, one con to this job, and that con was a man named Gary. Gary had joined the company a few years back. I had been working there for about 5 years by this time, and I'd seen many a person come and go. I never really expected anyone to stay for very long, given the fact that the building wasn't very nice. I also knew for a fact that the assistant position he was filling in for one of the accountants did not pay well at all. I kind of felt bad for him at first, to be honest. He was very optimistic about the job and super excited, but by the time a full year had passed, he was obviously very sad and bored. I guess feeling bad for him is what made me try to befriend him in the first place, and that's something I'll regret forever. Gary was a nice and seemingly regular guy at first. We went off for lunch a couple of times a week as friends, and sometimes went for a drink after work. Now, let me tell you, Gary was extremely boring, possibly the most dry and unfunny person I've ever met. All he'd ever talk about was himself and his cats. I mean, there's only so many times you can hear a person talk about their cat's favorite toys and treats before you just want to bury your head in the sand. It was painful, but I continued my friendship with him because I knew I was the only friend he had. I would have hated to hurt his feelings at the time. After around 6 months of us being friends and spending short periods of time together outside work, I noticed Gary becoming very clingy. He would text me during my days off to ask where I was and if I'd meet him for lunch and drinks, and when I politely said no, he'd get extremely angry. It was our tradition. I couldn't mess up our tradition, and stuff like that. The other thing he really hated was whenever I mentioned my husband. He really hated that. If we were having a conversation and I ever brought it up, Gary would scoff and ask to change the subject. If he asked to get lunch with me and I told him I had plans with my husband, he'd actually tell me to cancel them with my husband so I could go with him instead. I found this extremely strange, obviously. Eventually, he just became this person who was trying his best to control me. Only, Gary was just a guy I worked with. It's not like he could tell me what to do, so I just started to ignore him. One day, however, he overheard me talking to another coworker about a barbecue I was having at my house that coming weekend that my husband and I were hosting. I had actually asked the other coworker not to mention it because I didn't want Gary to know about it. Of course, he found out though. She basically yelled across the whole office how excited she was to the barbecue and how happy she was to be invited. Well, there's that, I guess. As expected, Gary came rushing up to me with an angry look on his face. He began littering me with questions on why he wasn't invited and if I hated him now. He was talking so fast I couldn't even get a word in if I wanted to. Finally, I just ended up raising my voice and telling him to shut the fuck up. He didn't like that, but I followed the shut up with an invite to the barbecue. I kind of had to invite him at that point. I made up some dumb excuse as to why I hadn't done so, with something like, "Oh, I wanted to invite you in person." He bought it, of course, which was all that mattered. In my head, the barbecue was already ruined just by the fact I knew he'd be there. The weekend rolled around and my husband and I were setting up. It was pretty hot outside and we had a swimming pool we'd set up to utilize that day. People started to arrive and we began cooking hamburgers and hot dogs. After an hour, Gary still hadn't showed up. I was really hoping that meant he wasn't going to. There he was, though, stepping into our backyard from the side gate, wearing a Hawaiian shirt and, to everyone's shock and horror, a Speedo. I was confused and upset. I felt like walking over and telling him to leave, but I convinced myself causing a scene would have been a bigger issue, and I should just let it go for a while. After a while, our daughter came home and joined the party as well. She was 16 at the time. Most of her time during the barbecue was spent sunbathing by the pool. I began to notice Gary staring at her, which of course I found creepy. I walked up to him and asked him what he was doing, but instead of answering, he just pointed at my daughter. The words that came out of his mouth disgusted me. Who is she? Oh my God, the things I'd do to that girl. The anger I felt in that moment was so intense I could barely find the words to tell him to get out. Instead, I went over to my husband and told him what Gary said. I watched my husband storm over to him. I didn't hear what was said between them. Instead, I saw Gary storm out of our backyard and yell some expletives before closing the gate. I asked my husband what had happened, but his only response was that he'd handled it. For the next few weeks, work was normal. Beside the occasional glares I received from Gary, I didn't care though. I was just glad to have him out of my life. After work, he would always watch me walk to my car. I found this unnerving, of course, but I tried not to think about it too much. Gary had become known for being a little creep around the office, so this was normal in everyone's minds. He tried texting me multiple times to apologize, but I ignored him. I was done with our friendship, if you could even call it that. I just wanted him to leave me alone. About a month after the barbecue, my daughter started complaining to me that whenever she was in her room, she felt like someone was watching her. Every time I went in there, she had the curtains fully closed. She said it was the only way she felt safe. I felt bad for her, but we could never catch anyone looking into her window, so there wasn't much we could do, other than tell her we'd keep her safe always. One day, though, everything changed. My husband always picked up our daughter from school after soccer practice, but this day he happened to be running a little bit late. When he pulled up, he noticed a car pulled up beside her. She had already opened the door. and was about to get in. My husband yelled out of the window and asked her what she was doing. Almost immediately, the car sped away, leaving our daughter standing on the curb of her school, confused. What she told my husband shook me to my core. She said after she'd gotten done with soccer practice, she went to the front of campus where she usually met my husband and waited for him to get there. He didn't think to text her at the time that he was running late, as she was waiting nonetheless. She knew he'd be there eventually. Instead, though, Gary pulled up in front of her, told her he was my friend and that he was told to go pick her up. Of course, that wasn't true at all, but she'd seen him around before and assumed he must be telling the truth. That's when she opened the door and was about to get in. After she told my husband what happened, he called the police, who managed to actually track down Gary. He was charged with attempted kidnapping, and when they searched his car, they found duct tape, rope, and zip ties, as well as over 100 pictures of her in her bedroom and at her school. They said he'd been stalking her for the past month, and this must have been thoroughly planned. He was sentenced to 2 years in prison eventually, as well as receiving a no-contact order. His 2-year sentence went by fast, and he's out now. We changed houses and had her switch schools just in case. So far, we haven't seen him around. We don't know what he had planned for her that day, but we're glad we never had to find out. This story took place maybe 10 years back, so if things sound a little bit weird at times, it's because my memory of the incident has gotten a little fuzzy over the years. I'll try my best to give the best detail possible though. At the time, I was 22 years old and had just started working reception in a marketing office. I was trying to pay my way through college, and this seemed like as good a job as any. I remember my first day very well, because everyone was so inviting and sweet. Almost everyone came up to my desk to say hi and introduce themselves. It was great actually. I thought I was going to fit in there perfectly, since everyone seemed so normal and nice. As the months went on, I made many friends as well. They were all older than me, but that didn't seem to matter much in an office setting. It was a little bit hard to relate sometimes when the older women would talk about their kids and grandkids when I was still only in college. Even though I had a few close friends at the office, I was at least acquaintances with almost everyone else. Almost. There was one man who worked with us named Enzo. He was interesting to say the least. Everything about him was very routine-based. He'd walk into work every morning at 8:10 on the dot. He walked the same path to his desk, organized his pens the same way every day. When he picked up the phone, he would always tap it 5 times. Let me make this clear, these are just examples. I don't remember every single routine he did, but it was always stuff like this. There were a bunch of little things, too. What I do remember noticing the most was that there were only a few particular groups of people in the office he would ever talk to. I ended up asking my friend Alex about what was going on. I can't say I was very surprised when he told me Enzo had a severe form of OCD. He told our boss about it when he'd started working. Our boss told the other employees just to be sure they could be patient with him, instead of getting upset at his quirks. Over the years since Enzo had started working there, many of the original employees had since quit, retired, or been promoted to another position outside our building. Because of this, the only people left for Enzo to talk to were the original employees, 3 of them who'd been working with him since his very first day. Since he had such a strict routine, he couldn't bring himself to introduce himself to every new employee that walked in. I guess Enzo had even told the boss about this, who understood. As long as he did his job, he didn't have to go out of his way to trouble himself. I tried to introduce myself to him a few times before learning anything about him. I just figured he was rude and ignoring me, but after hearing this, it made me rethink my stance. I felt bad for judging him without knowing anything about him. Everyone knew about Enzo and what he was dealing with mentally. We all worked hard to make a work environment that was safe for him. We tried not to get in the way of his routine, and whenever any of us needed something from him, we made sure to ask one of the people he talked to relay the information to him. It always worked out well, and it was pretty smooth for a while. That was, except for one day, when our boss had a client come into the office instead of meeting him for lunch like he usually did. This specific client was a big hassle as well. I'd met him once before, just super annoying person, very loud and intrusive as well. He had no respect for personal space at all, which frustrated us more than anything. We'll call this man Mark. Well, Mark came in one day, and of course it was hard not to notice him. He flung open the doors and started screaming across the room for our boss to come out and greet him. I tried politely asking him to sign into the office, but he just laughed at me and started to rampage throughout it. He went over to almost everyone, asking if they were going to take good care of him. I could tell he was making everyone else just as uncomfortable as he was making me. It was only when we saw him all stomping his way over to Enzo that I really started to worry. I watched as Mark sat down on the edge of his desk and started patting Enzo's head. "Having a good day, buddy?" He was messing up his hair in the process. I could see Enzo's face turning as he did this. Mark started ruffling through the papers on Enzo's desk. This is when multiple of my coworkers got up and asked Mark to stop messing with him. Come on, if he had a problem, he could tell me himself. At that point, he began playing with Enzo's pens as well, and basically laughing in his face. I guess Enzo had had enough. He stood up and screamed in Mark's face, pushing him off the desk. And that's when things started to get a little violent. Mark was now on the ground, and we all watched in horror as the normally peaceful Enzo began kicking and punching him as hard as he could, landing brutal blows against the side of Mark's head. He got 10 good hard kicks, as well as some stomps in before someone ended up pulling him away. He didn't like that either, since he hated being touched, which led to him lashing out at everyone around. No one could get him to calm down. I guess at some point during the scuffle, someone had called the police. They ended up coming through the doors soon, and all I could do was point towards Enzo and Mark's destroyed body laying on the ground as he took short, shaky breaths. They arrested him for assault, and the paramedics came and sorted out Mark. He went to the hospital. We were informed he had a severe concussion. A couple of his ribs had been broken, and Enzo had even punctured his lung. He ended up suing, but the trial didn't go anywhere once the footage of the incident and context of Enzo's mental illness was brought to light. Unfortunately, Enzo was fired, and although I had this feeling he would have quit anyways, we all felt bad for him. If Mark had just left him alone, he could have kept the job he had gotten used to for so many years and been a peaceful, kind man the entire time. The 3 employees he talked to did end up keeping in touch with him. I was happy to hear he'd got another job that didn't mind his routine-based lifestyle either. I quit about 4 years back, but to this day I still think about Enzo often and wonder what he's up to. I hope Mark learned his lesson as well, and that everyone reading this can take away the fact that you really shouldn't intentionally mess with anyone. They might be the calmest person ever, but you never know what they're going through, and what you're doing can have a bigger impact than you ever think it might. I'm 32, and at the time of this story, I worked in a fairly busy office setting. I won't bore you with the details of my job, but I will tell you it's incredibly average, and not at all what I envisioned for myself when I used to think about what I'd be doing in my adult life. Everyone always told me college was the answer to getting a good-paying job doing something I loved, but after I graduated, I was $100,000 in debt and couldn't find a job in the field I'd gone to school for. I guess I just had to settle, and let me tell you, I was not happy about it at all. I felt lied to, like everyone who told me college would lead to this amazing life had just played a huge prank on me that cost me years of my life and thousands of dollars. I was angry. My work consists of a lot of paperwork and phone calls, and it makes everything super boring. Not just boring, but also sad. Sad at how my life has led me here. I get that some people who strive for these jobs are perfectly happy in them, but I'm just not, and I'm sure that comes across in my attitude every day. I actually know it must, because most of my coworkers don't like me for whatever reason. My boss actually told me once that he would have fired me just because of my attitude and what he called a lack of consideration for my colleagues if I wasn't so darn good at my job. Of course, I hated it so much that if he did fire me, I really wouldn't care. I'd just find another job somewhere else, probably still doing something I hated. I will say though that I do realize now it wasn't right for me to take out my own internal anger on my coworkers. I should have realized that at the time, but I kind of liked that they all avoided me. I was a total introvert and socializing is not my strong suit anyways, so if my attitude kept them at bay, that was just fine with me. My only issue was I wasn't just inconsiderate but also plain rude at the time. I knew everyone called me the office bully, but a part of me found that amusing. I thought it meant that everyone hated me. Thinking back on it now, I guess it was because I was legitimately mean. I had issues building up inside me, and I guess subconsciously I wanted to bring everyone else down with me, just as a bully does. I hate even admitting that right now, but I have to be real, and what I say next is the reason for what happened to me. I sometimes made fun of people at work, not just under my breath or behind their backs, but to their faces as well. I laughed and joked about how people looked and what they ate or what clothes they wore. If someone was having a hard time at work, I thought it was funny to call them stupid, stuff like that. I know it was wrong, but at the time I just wanted people to feel the torment I felt in my own mind and body. People used to tell me I was hurting their feelings and I should realize the consequences of my actions, but I usually just laughed off their concerns. I spent a lot of time in HR, but I guess I must have been an asset to the company because I was always just warned and never got in trouble. This specific day, I was in the break room eating lunch when one of my coworkers walked in. The second she saw me, she rolled her eyes and went to the fridge. I'm changing her name for the sake of the story, so we'll call her Angela. Angela was a heavy-set woman, and I guess that day that's what I decided to make fun of. She'd brought a leftover pizza for lunch and was heating it up when I made some awful comment that was something like, "Do you really need to be eating that?" I laughed about it in the moment, but now I just feel cringe and disgust after thinking about it. The look on her face is something I'll always remember. Everyone in the room went silent as tears began to stream down her face and she ran out of the room. Everyone else looked at me with such anger and disappointment that I didn't know what to do other than get up and walk out and back to my desk. That moment was almost like an epiphany for me. I actually started to see that the way I was treating people was wrong. I wanted to go over and apologize, but I knew it wasn't the right time. She was surrounded by a group of people trying to console her. All I wanted to do was shrivel up into nothingness for what I'd done to a woman who had never been rude to me or anyone in her whole life. The next day, I came into the office and put my lunch in the fridge as I usually do. As the morning went on, no one would talk to me or even look at me. It was like I was being shunned, but I knew I deserved it. The guilt I felt was intense, and I wanted nothing more than to take back all the awful things I'd said. But there was no fixing these relationships. These people knew me as the office bully, and that's exactly what I was. Around 11 a.m. that morning, I decided I really needed to apologize. I made my way over to her desk and began to apologize, but she wouldn't even look at me, which made me feel even worse. I went back to the break room and went to retrieve my lunch. I decided to eat at my desk to avoid everyone else, who didn't even bother to hide their mean stares. I opened the Tupperware and began eating my pasta, but something seemed a bit off. It was crunchy. I knew I hadn't put anything crunchy in there. That's when I looked down, horrified at what was in my container and what I'd just eaten. Peanuts. I'm deathly allergic. If I don't have my EpiPen within minutes, I will die, literally life or death. I felt the tingle in my tongue, and my heart began to race. I rushed into my desk drawer, only to find my EpiPen was no longer there. And that's when I went to full-blown panic mode. I only had a couple of minutes before I wouldn't be able to breathe. I knew the office kept an emergency first aid kit on hand, and the office was required to keep an EpiPen on hand at all times. I ran into my boss's office in the most hoarse voice imaginable, throat already closing as I tried to tell him what was happening. Everything seemed to be in slow motion at this point. My tongue had already begun to swell, and breathing was a struggle. Everyone was staring in horror. everyone except for Angela. Even in that moment where I was fearing for my life, I noticed she was the only person still working. My boss found the EpiPen hidden away shortly after I burst into his office. I administered it to myself straight in my thigh. An ambulance was called and I was taken to the hospital for further evaluation. After telling my boss what happened, we both suspected someone had intentionally put peanuts in my lunch in order to force me to have an allergic reaction. Only we couldn't exactly pinpoint who, since everyone at the office hated me so much and no one would fess up. Eventually, because there was no progress, the case was closed. No one ever admitted to it, but I gotta say my gut tells me to this day it was Angela. She never cared about what happened to me after, and was the only one never to bother to ask me what happened either. I got laid off a couple of weeks after, with them now using examples of my poor behavior to finally get rid of me. I ended up getting another desk job in the same kind of work, but now I do my best to treat people with kindness and sincerity. I realized it took me way too long to understand that everyone deserves kindness. There's enough negativity in the world already. If any of you are out there though, be careful who you treat poorly, especially if they have access to what goes into your body. You never know what could push them over the edge into harming you. I used to be employed as a child protection worker. A report came through one day about a stepfather who was being abusive to his children. I was given the investigation by my team leader. When I interviewed the oldest child with the police, she had very visible physical injuries and told me exactly what happened. I'll spare the details, but it was pretty horrific. As the children were in his sole care, we knew they needed to be removed immediately. We sent a team of 2 workers out to the children's school, while myself and a colleague called the stepfather into the office. I led the interview and it was horrible. He didn't even try to deny he had hurt his children, instead basically saying, "That's my kid and I'll do what I want. You can't stop me." Well, when I served him with the paperwork, he absolutely lost his mind. He was swearing and screaming and basically said, "If we were outside this building right now, I would fucking kill you." We ended up running out of the interview room, pressing the emergency alarm. I even had to make a police report about the whole thing. It got really messy. The next day, we had court for the children, and my manager decided I shouldn't attend due to everything that happened the previous day. My colleague who did attend told me the man was at court and even yelled several times something to the effect of, "Where is that cunt of a worker who took my kids?" I remember feeling a little freaked out. It's not uncommon to hear things similar to this when you have to remove a child. It's understandable that emotions are very high. You build a sort of resilience working in this field though, and overall I mainly felt relieved those children had been placed with an aunt and were now safe from that man. About 2 weeks later, I had to stay back late at the office on an unrelated job. It was about 9 p.m. when I finished, and I was the only person there. I walked out the back of the building to my car. It was really dark, but when I got close, I thought I saw a shadow moving around the front of my car. It was just for a second, and then it was gone like it was never there. I was about 20 meters away at this point, but that really startled me. I stood there for a moment, just looking at my car and wondering if I was being paranoid. While staring into the darkness, I started hearing these tiny rustling noises. Whether imagined or not, all the true crime horror stories I've ever heard flashed into my mind. Safe to say, I freaked out and sprinted back to the building. I called my boyfriend to come pick me up, explaining what had happened. By the time he drove up to the front doors, I convinced myself I was being silly and asked him to drive me around to my car. He circled around, and with the headlights now shining on it, I could very clearly see all 4 of my tires had been slashed. I was an absolute mess that night and called the police immediately. I was pretty sure that man was responsible, but as I hadn't actually seen him, I couldn't say for sure. I took a few days off and came back to a meeting with my manager, who had put together a safety plan for me and the other staff. She'd organized to have a security guard escort us to our cars and said very clearly no one was to stay in the building after hours alone. Then, about a week later, a letter was delivered to the office addressed to me. Any mail that comes into the office goes through our reception staff. Our lovely receptionist opened it. Inside was a note that said, "You're as good as dead, bitch." She's an older woman, so she burst into tears as she read that. It didn't say who had sent it, but I was pretty sure I had an idea. Over the next few weeks, letters kept coming, each one getting longer. They always addressed me as a bitch or a homewrecker, saying I kidnap and abuse children. It was just horrible, horrible stuff. The threats in all the letters were even worse. The person writing them threatened to torture, kill, find out where I live, and burn down the entire building. To be honest, the police were less than helpful. They basically said, given the nature of our work, they couldn't conclusively say it was that man, although they already had questioned him. To me, it all seemed like a pretty massive coincidence. I'd never had anything like this happen before. They did say they were taking the letters very seriously and tracking down where they'd been posted from, but I never heard anything back about that. My workplace took the threats seriously too. All the security was bumped up across the building, and all staff completed refresher training on emergency management. One day, on the way home from work, I noticed a car seemed to be following me. At first, I thought I was just being paranoid, so I drove down a bunch of little side streets, double-backed onto the same route in a way that would make absolutely no sense too. Even after all that, the dark green Camry was still placed just a little ways behind me. I freaked out, but I'd already planned in my head what I was going to do in this situation. I headed straight to the police station, planning to pull right up to the front of the building and beat my horn until I had someone's attention. The second I pulled in, the green Camry shot straight past me and disappeared down a nearby side street. I sat there for a good 20 minutes, too scared to get out of the car in case they came back around the corner. It dawned on me that in my panic, I'd forgotten to get the license plate. Honestly, that still kind of upsets me to this day. I told the police what I knew, but they told me the man didn't have any registered car in his name. This was the final straw for me. I was a nervous wreck. I was looking around constantly at work and at home. I knew he lived relatively close to me, so I even stopped grocery shopping just in case I ran into him. I stayed on stress leave for a month and heard from colleagues that the letters kept arriving all the same. I was honestly ready to quit, but then COVID happened, and it really changed everything. Everyone went into lockdown, and all access to the office was restricted. I started back working from home, driving a work car to and from appointments. I didn't go into the office regularly anymore, only in small working groups when absolutely necessary. Over the next year, the letters slowed down and eventually stopped. By the time we were allowed back in the office, there hadn't been any sign for almost 7 months. About a year later, I left child protection. I don't know what happened to those children, but my hope is they're happy and safe with a new family. As for the man who I believe stalked and threatened me for doing my job, I hope I never have to run into him again. Last night, I encountered a situation that truly made me realize the value of life over materialistic possessions. I need to process this, so any insights or perspectives will be greatly appreciated. Background: the incident took place around 2 a.m. after a party on the west side of Chicago. It's important to note that this particular area is notorious for a high crime rate. I'd been at this informal backyard gathering with a close buddy. We were just trying to unwind and have a good time. Throughout the evening, though, I couldn't help but notice one guy who, for reasons unbeknownst to me, seemed to have taken issue with my presence there. This wasn't the first party where I'd felt this unsettling gaze or heard his unwarranted insults either. As the night came to a close, my buddy and I decided to leave. On our way out, I took a brief moment to relieve myself by a nearby wall. Following that, we waited by a car while our Uber was en route. As we stood there, The aforementioned guy approached me, engaging me in what seemed to be an attempt at conversation. When he asked what I was up to, I reciprocated the question, trying to keep things fairly casual. At some point, I inquired if he had anything. I honestly can't recall why I did that, and declined when he confirmed. Looking back, he might have interpreted my demeanor as challenging or confrontational. Things escalated terrifyingly fast. He'd called over a friend, and before I could even process what was happening, they lunged at me together. Suddenly, it felt like the whole party was turning against me. I was surrounded by over 10 people now, all of them attacking me with an intensity I'd never experienced before. Punches, kicks, shouts, screaming. The chaos was overwhelming. As they assaulted me, they grabbed my chain, my phone, and my bag, which thankfully was empty at the time. My friend was powerless to intervene. Even more shockingly, the security present, rather than diffusing the situation, tried to join in. I tried to protect myself, focusing on shielding my head, but there was no way I could fend off such a large group, especially given some of them were armed and had clear gang affiliations. After what felt like an eternity, they finally let up, hurling final insults and threats at me as they ordered me to leave. My buddy and I staggered away, grateful to escape with our lives but deeply shaken. I'm still grappling with what happened that night. Why did they target me so viciously? Was there some underlying issue I wasn't aware of? And why had the situation escalated so quickly? When I was a senior in college a few years ago, I lived in an old house about a 5-minute walk from my campus with 5 of my girlfriends. It was still COVID times, so we spent a lot of time just in the house since we couldn't really go anywhere. To preface this, the house was really old. Many of the windows didn't even lock because of how old it was. Our landlord sucked too, as many college ones tend to do. They refused to do anything to fix the issue. With it being 6 of us and often a boyfriend or 2 sleeping in the house though, it mostly felt safe, and many of us would keep our windows open. Our college was in a town just outside of the second most dangerous city in the state, but right around campus it felt relatively safe. When the weather started getting warmer in early spring, we would sit out on the roof to sunbathe together. This roof faced our street. We would access the roof from my roommate's, let's call her Mary, bedroom window on the 2nd floor. It led straight up there. Our street was residential and didn't get a ton of traffic. We did have a couple of encounters of younger guys catcalling us as they drove by, but nothing seemed too sinister. One night in the late semester though, Mary went up to her room to call her brother while the rest of us were hanging out downstairs. That's when she rushed back downstairs and said she'd seen a ladder leading up to the roof, where we would all usually sunbathe. It was right next to her window, which was open. Later, we learned she said out loud to her brother what she saw before she came down. When she told us this, my other roommate and her boyfriend ran outside, only to find a man swiftly running away from our house with the ladder in tow. We assumed he must have heard Mary telling her brother she'd seen him and knew he was caught. It was dark, so we couldn't make out much about him. I immediately texted our landlord, asking if he had someone to come by and do emergency housework. He said no. We then called the police, who came by soon after. They did some investigating and patrolled our house for a couple of nights, but we never found out who the man was, what his true intentions were, or even if he'd been there before. Hi everyone, I usually don't share my own experiences, but I need to get out what just happened a few hours ago. This seemed like the perfect place to share. For some background first, I'm a 29-year-old woman. I live in an apartment in a sketchier side of town, so I'm not unaccustomed to strange people pulling up and strange things happening. I've been through a home break-in even, so I'm hyper-vigilant when it comes to keeping myself and my home safe. I smoke cigarettes, a nasty habit I know, but having cats and not wanting my house to reek of smoke, I'll often walk out to my balcony to do a quick smoke. And that's exactly what I was doing when this incident occurred. I was sitting on my balcony smoking, just enjoying my night, when I noticed a car I'd never seen before pull into the back parking lot of my apartment, right next to my balcony. I could immediately feel something a bit off, but I didn't want to come off as being a paranoid neighbor or something. I just kept sitting and minding my own business, smoking my cigarette. Then though, I began to hear footsteps, making a beeline through my backyard. I looked down, only to see a large burly man I'd never seen before, skulking about in my backyard. Again, I didn't try to make much of it. Maybe they were there for my neighbor or something. My anxiety was definitely on high alert, but I was not in panic mode yet. That was until I realized he was going straight for my portion of the area. He then did something that's still freaking me out as I typed this. He stopped right underneath, looked up at me on my balcony not saying a word, and began to just stare at me. Now I was in absolute panic mode. I audibly said, "Oh, fuck this." I sprang up, slammed and locked my balcony door, ran upstairs to my bathroom and dialed 911. I listened to every sound from downstairs while I stood there panicking in my bathroom. I could hear what sounded like him trying to mess with my back door now. I can't say for sure though because I was in hyper-vigilance mode. I do know that he was in my backyard for a while longer because I was in my bathroom for several minutes until I decided to peek out my balcony window, only to see him walking to his car and jumping in. That tells me I don't think he was there to rob me, but to do something more sinister. Luckily, he must have been lazy, because again, I live on the cheaper side of town, so you can imagine the quality of my doors and locks. I'm really hoping it was just some guy who was drunk or high and had the wrong house, but something is telling me it's otherwise. Let me start off by saying I'm a 16-year-old male and an only child who lives in a quiet rural area surrounded by fields in Amish country. I'm going to use the alias John for this story. One Saturday evening, after an afternoon of occasional rain showers, I was home alone while my parents were out for their anniversary. They had just recently left to go out when I decided to take a walk now that the rain had stopped for I don't know how long. I go into my garage, slip on my shoes, and head on out our sliding back door in our kitchen. The backyard was large and fenced in, as we used to have some dogs. There was a gate in the fence just off the patio that leads to our underground swimming pool, then another that leads into the side of our yard. I exited through there and headed down to my driveway and onto the road. I was out for maybe an hour or so when I finally returned from my rather simple exercise of walking up and down the road while waving to any friendly neighbors I saw. I walked towards my side yard when I noticed that the gate I'd exited out of earlier was still open. I must have forgotten to close and secure it, I thought to myself. It was a bit windy that day, so perhaps the wind had opened it up because I'd forgotten. Oh well. I headed through the gate, through our pool area, back onto the patio, and in through the sliding glass door. Later on, as the night began to set in further, I had just finished baking and eating half of a frozen DiGiorno stuffed crust pepperoni pizza when I heard one of the fence gates slowly creaking open. Obviously frightened, I thought at first maybe it was my mom or dad coming home early. They'd always call me when they were on their way home from wherever they were at though, so that surely couldn't have been it. I ran throughout the house and locked every door and window. I waited and listened in my kitchen for any further suspicious sounds. After about 5 minutes of not hearing anything else, I thought maybe it had just been my imagination, or maybe I'd again forgotten to lock the gate on my way in and the wind had blown it open again. I decided to quickly head outside and check it out. By now, it was completely dark and cloudy, so I grabbed a flashlight out of a drawer in the kitchen and crept out the front door. Once I was out on my driveway, I shone my flashlight down the side yard towards our shed. Okay, nothing there. So far, so good. I walked down the side yard slowly and was pointing my flashlight in every direction, keeping myself aware of my surroundings. Once I finally crept up to the gate, I saw it was wide open. Must have forgotten to lock it again, I thought to myself. I face-palmed. I shut it and locked it, then turned around to head back towards my driveway. All of a sudden, though, I noticed something out of the very corner of my eye in the darkness. My heart dropped as I shined my flashlight quickly towards my backyard and caught a glimpse of the backside of somebody walking behind my shed. From what I saw, I could make out that this was a person with dark hair wearing a black hoodie and sweatpants, and they appeared to be carrying something in their left hand. I could just barely make out what appeared to be the blade of a knife or some sort of small, sharp instrument. At this point, I didn't know what to do. I didn't know whether to confront this person or go inside and call my parents. I stood frozen for a few seconds, hand trembling, as I finally decided to call my mom. After 2 rings, she picked up. "Hello, John. You need something, sweetheart?" she asked. I felt a bit more comfortable now. "Yeah, Mom, I think there's someone in our yard," I said, taking a deep breath. My mom gasped, and her voice got a bit frantic. This was the first time something like this had ever happened. "Where are you now?" I continued, looking out towards my shed, now lit up by the flashlight. I could no longer see the person anywhere. "I'm out on the driveway. I heard the gate open and went outside to check it out. I saw someone. He was walking toward the back side of the shed and carrying something. I think it's a knife or something like that." My mom gasped again, and this time I heard my dad ask what was wrong. She told him what happened as I stood there and eyed for any movement. "We're heading home right now. Call 911. Don't go chasing him or anything stupid like that." "All right, Mom. I'm going back inside right now." After exchanging our farewells, I turned around to rush back into the house. Once I turned the corner to head back to my front door, though, I saw somebody walking down the road right in front of me. My heart sank as I stood there in shock, ready to flash my flashlight at whoever this was. The person stopped walking and stood still for a couple of seconds before slowly turning their head in my direction. They must have heard me walking as well. I instinctively whipped the light up and shined it at the person's face. It was a male, I don't know how old, dressed in a black zip-up hoodie and black sweatpants. No doubt it was the same person I'd seen behind my shed. I could only see one of his eyes, as the other was completely covered by something. He looked at me with this blank, expressionless face. It almost felt like he was glaring directly into my soul. This time, I didn't see his knife, but he did have his hand in his hoodie pocket. Without a single word or facial gesture, he slowly began to walk backward before turning around and continuing down the road. After a few seconds, I ran up the road in front of my house and peered down it. I didn't see him anymore. He must have entered someone else's yard. I ran back inside and waited for my dad and mom to get home, as I called police in the meantime. Once a state trooper arrived, I told them everything, from the gate being fondled with to the encounter I'd had with him in front of my house. The trooper told me there had been several calls in the past few months about a person matching that description I gave them, being spotted in several different areas, acting very suspiciously. That interested me greatly, I must say. I tried to ask him more about it, but he declined to answer. Once my parents arrived, they talked with the trooper a bit before he finally left. Afterwards, my parents and I talked about what happened before sitting down to watch a movie, which made us all fall asleep together. Nothing much changed after that night, though. I still live here, and my parents still let me stay home alone, but we've gotten a home security system just in case, and I'm more vigilant whenever I'm by myself. I doubt many people even actually remember this place existed, but before the days of Barnes & Noble, the biggest bookstore chain in the country was Crown Books. They discounted every book they sold, and that was the reason why they were able to become so big for so long. The company, however, closed down in 2001. I used to be the manager of such a Crown bookstore. It was really the best job I ever had. Sure, it didn't pay the best, but the work itself was very satisfying and fun. I honestly looked forward to going into work every single day. I worked with some really smart students too. It was a huge change from the previous fast food jobs I'd been employed in. Anyway, when the store was in its final throes, there wasn't a lot of money to go around. Because of this, every manager worked the shift by themselves. I took a lot of the closing shifts because I was a night owl already. I almost always let all the employees go home early, so I would be by myself in the store for about an hour or so, finishing up the last bits of work. These days, it seems bookstores have shelves that people can see over. The Crown bookstore I worked in, though, was not like this. The shelves were all extremely high, and you couldn't even tell if there was anyone in the store with you. On the night this happened, I had one of my employees go up and down the aisles and check the bathrooms, just to make sure there was no customers left in the store. When he confirmed there was no one else inside, I let the employee out the door, then made sure the lobby lights were all off. I went into the back room to do the final paperwork for the day. Although I liked being in the store by myself, I had to admit it could be a bit frightening at times. The back room had one of those combination locks on it though, so no matter what, I would always be fine back there at least. I was doing my paperwork when I suddenly realized there was a book that had been special ordered, that had been shelved recently. I went out in the store in order to look for it and retrieve it. There were a few security lights on in the store, but they didn't provide much light at all. I didn't turn on any of the other lights either. They weren't supposed to be on after the store was closed. The book was a diet book, I guess, so I went over to the self-help section, which is where books like that were normally kept. I walked down the first aisle and turned the corner, checking through all the books to find the one I needed. I noticed it wasn't on the shelf where it was supposed to be though. I turned the other corner and then checked on that side to see if the book was misplaced by a shelf or two or something. I did end up finding it hidden away eventually. I then walked up to the front of the store, and I could not convey how creepy this was, walking through the store at night. I don't believe in ghosts myself, but I've often thought that if a ghost were to exist, a bookstore at night would be the perfect atmosphere for him or her to hang out in. Walking around in this dark store with limited view, every little shadow freaked me out. Every little noise got my attention. Walking around the gigantic stacks of books, I was happy when I arrived at the front registers. We were supposed to keep all special orders right there, so I pulled out a slip and began writing the order up. I'm not sure why I did it, but I suddenly raised my head up in that moment to look over at the security monitor. There were 4 cameras in the store. My blood nearly froze in my veins when I saw someone was hiding in the self-help aisle, the one I had just walked out of. There was a gigantic figure, maybe over 6 foot tall, dressed in all black, and clearly holding some sort of weapon in their hand. I wasn't sure what to do. I should have just left the store and called the police right away. I didn't want to do it in the store though. If the guy heard me, he would come after me right away. I considered doing it instead in the back room in the combination door. I would be safe there. The self-help section was on the complete opposite side of the store too, so I could probably get to the back room before he even realized what I was doing. After standing there for a moment, I leapt over the counter and began booking it for the back room. It was down a short hallway. I got to the door with no problem. I typed in the 4-digit code and turned the handle. Just as I did so, I caught rapid movement out of the corner of my eye. I saw the man running at the end of the short hallway. I swung the door open and ran in, forcing it closed behind me. I immediately saw the handle begin wiggling violently. The man was clearly trying to get in. When he realized he couldn't, he tried to type in the code a few times. Then he started pounding loudly on the door. I wasn't worried about the guy getting through. It was made to keep people out after all. I called the police, and they immediately sent a car over. When they arrived, the guy was still there and was just deciding to leave the store through the front door. He must have unlocked it himself. They arrested him immediately. Turns out the item he was carrying was a very sharp knife. It took me a long time to be okay working alone again. I used to work in a Borders bookstore. I was an assistant manager. One of my favorite people working at the store was a lady in charge of the children's section. She was a pleasant lady, and actually was very popular with everyone working there. The kids liked her a lot too. She did story time every week, and many kids came in to watch this woman with her amazingly friendly personality. One thing about the story time that no one really liked, though, were the costumes. We were sent costumes for certain stories, and were supposed to occasionally incorporate them into story time. No one really liked to wear them, though, because they always seemed really dirty. We never had any real idea how old they were, or where they had been before. We didn't know how many people might have worn them either. Finding anyone to play with them was never that easy because of this. The costumes would always be shipped in these huge boxes, and as manager, I was one of the people who had to sign for them when they arrived. On the day this weird stuff happened, I had heard the back buzzer. Upon going back there, I noticed the gigantic box and brought it inside. Curiously, I opened it up. It was a really ugly and scary-looking thing. Some sort of humanoid character with a gigantic head. I wish I could recall what children's book the character was supposed to be from, but I can't bring it out of my memory. There was another thing that was creepy about it though, and although most workers didn't want to wear the costumes to begin with, they especially didn't want to be anywhere near this one. Even the people who could usually be convinced were adamant this was not one they were willing to put on. When no one else would agree to do it, to keep the story time happening, the story lady decided she would wear the costume instead. That was, if I was willing to read the story to the children. It wasn't something I had ever done before, but I was definitely willing to try. About an hour before story time, the story lady went into the back room to put the costume on. I went and grabbed a copy of the book. At the story time, when the children had all gathered around, the story lady still hadn't showed up yet. When she finally did, she was very odd as well. She was kind of stumbling around a lot. I assumed it was just her acting like the character, whom I wasn't very familiar with to begin with. I began reading the book soon after. The person playing the character was supposed to have the kids sit on their lap and play with them. But the old lady didn't sit down. Instead, she seemed to be waving to the kids with shaking hands. After a few moments, she almost fell over onto one of them. I was so confused, but thought maybe she had just lost her balance in the costume. I had this horrible thought cross my mind that maybe it wasn't really her inside or something. Maybe someone might have done something to her in the dressing room, but that didn't really make sense. There wasn't any way anyone could have gotten into our stockroom. However, just as suddenly, she fell down onto her knees. I was concerned and approached her, and that was when I noticed the sound of her vomiting inside the suit. The kids were all getting freaked out now and moved away. I helped her to get the costume hat off. The lady looked terrible. She was sweating and was a strange shade of red. I thought perhaps she had been suffocating inside. I tried to help her to the back room while calling another manager over to try and take care of the children in the meanwhile. I managed to get her into the stockroom. I moved her over to a chair. We just happened to be beside the box the costume came in. She was looking more awful by the second. I called an ambulance immediately. Upon further examining the costume out of getting her out of it, and the box it came in, I found the tip of a razor. It had been stuck inside the costume, and apparently it had been laced with poison. The lady recalled feeling a sharp pain when putting the costume on initially. but thought maybe it was just a broken zipper or something inside. She didn't think it was anything to worry about. We had to get the police involved obviously at that point. We knew some sick individual had put that razor in there. However, there wasn't enough information to find out who. The story lady thankfully recovered just fine, but we never got another person in the store to agree to wear a costume ever again. I live in a large city. There's a homeless woman who I used to see at one of my express to local subway transfers on the way home. There always seemed to be something off about her. She wore a towel on her head usually, like how people with long hair would after they took a shower. Also, it definitely wasn't a religious head covering of any kind. It was clearly just a towel, as if the woman had just walked out freshly wet and strolled down to the subway platform. She would run all around the station, asking for money, repeating help me," in a really high-pitched voice in an unrecognizable accent. Late one night, I was switching from the express train to the local and got on the subway when I noticed this woman had followed me in. I walked to the end of the car and started to read my book. She came up and began asking me for money like usual. Only I actually didn't have any on me this time. No cash, no change, only a debit card. It's at this time I realized we were the only two people in this subway car, and the doors connecting the cars wouldn't open. Okay. I figured I'd just get out at the next stop if she became too aggressive. No problem. She came up to me and started asking for money in her high-pitched cartoonish voice again. I told her that I had nothing to give her, and I was really sorry. I began nervously waiting for the subway to reach the next stop as she started pacing around. Only this train was now running express until the end of the line, 6 stops worth. She didn't seem to realize this though, and walked over to punch the subway doors, screaming at the top of her lungs. All of a sudden, she turned back toward me. There was no accent or high-pitched voice this time. She looked me dead in the eyes and just started screaming, "Die!" in a really angry and deep voice. She began trying to attack me, and for the entire 7 minutes it took for the train to reach the station, I had to hold her off the entire time. After it stopped, I immediately took off running, while she stayed behind in the car. She used to be a permanent fixture at that stop, but ever since that incident, I've never seen her since. In 2003, I was working as a stripper in the Phoenix area. I had been dancing for almost a year and was still getting the hang of how to get the most money from a regular with the least amount of clinginess reciprocated. I was working on and off at 4 different places, Club 1, 2, 3, and 4 for reference, alternating day shifts and night shifts, depending on money. One night shift, this skinny, scraggly-looking guy comes in and hones in on me right away. From the way he was bouncing and twitching in his seat, even in the lighting of the club, it was clear he was a meth addict, and he must have been higher than my heels were. No biggie, I was raised by meth addicts after all, so as long as he was happy, should be some easy money. We go to VIP, chat, I relieve him of his paycheck, and he goes on his way. Next night, he's back again, and looking for me specifically. I get his name, Steve, and tell him my name, Tori, my fake backstory, and head back again. He told me he was a truck driver, and only in town a few days a month. We have a perfectly nice, if not jittery, time. No red flags, really. Everyone goes home fairly happy. Repeat the next night, and then I don't see him again for a month. This whole routine continued for about 4 months. Eventually, he started bringing in the finest gas station meth addict-approved gifts when he came in to see me. By this point, he was also serenading me half the time instead of having me dance for him. His favorite was Picture by Kid Rock and Sheryl Crow. Thankfully, I spent a lot of time with my back to him, so I could only hear snippets of his impassioned baritone. The singing was creepy, not just because it was always on repeat. He would always change the lyrics to be specific to me. The longer he sang, the more grabby he would get as well. Not anywhere illegal, mind you, but like grabbing my face and forcing me to stare at him. Pressing my hand to his heart, trying to press his hand to mine. By the end of this month's visit, he asked me to move in with him. He told me he just wanted to have me at his house all the time. He must have envisioned himself as the typical customer in shining armor, telling me he wants to save me and take me away from all this. I decided to be a little more honest with him and explained to him I was already in a relationship and not interested in men either. Particularly, I was not interested in him. He then told me he'd let me keep my girlfriend. All he'd need to do was keep me 3 days a month when he was in town. Obviously, I shut him down immediately. He started begging me to think about it, and that he'd hear my final decision when he got back next month. After that, I asked the manager to ban him. Unfortunately, without a pic of him on hand at all times, that was pretty much impossible. I settled for alerting the security, bartender, and manager to give me a warning if they saw him around asking for me again. When his time of the month came around again, I switched to a different shift at other clubs to avoid him. When I went back to Club 1 the next week after he was supposed to have left, a couple of plastic grocery bags were there waiting for me. They were full of notes scrawled on crumpled, dirty scraps of paper. They also had small stuffed animals, silk roses, roses made of panties, mismatched taped together greeting cards, and other random detritus. There was also like a 50-page barely legible letter professing his love, insisting again I move to his place right now. I was sufficiently creeped out at this point, and happy I'd managed to miss him this month. The following month rolled around, and I ditched what had become my regular club in order to avoid ever seeing him again. I was now working the day shift at Club 2. Good money from lots of bored people on their lunch breaks. It was getting to the last couple of hours of my shift, and was pretty slow. I was on stage, not really paying attention as I finished up my routine. Because of this, I didn't see him until I was heading downstairs to get off stage. I noticed him a few feet in front of me, waving and yelling my name over and over. There was no way to get around him either. As soon as I got to the bottom of the stairs, he grabbed me up in a big hug, obviously surprising me. I did not want him touching me, but he wouldn't let go and kept on gripping fistfuls of my hair and smelling it. I pushed away from him and started to tell him that my shift was over. That was my last stage, and I was going home now. He looked very upset. He said he just wanted to hang out with me before he had to leave town tonight. I told him he'd have to pay extra for me to sit with him, whether I'm dancing or not. He agreed, and I went and gave the bartender and security a heads up that this guy was the creepy stalker guy I'd been talking about. Instead of having me actually dance for him, he had me straddle him while we talked. He was unusually shaky and jumpy this time, so I resorted to making him sit on his hands so he wouldn't touch me. He proceeded to tell me how he'd been searching every club in the city looking for me this month, how he'd asked various people if his girlfriend Tori was there. He told me he'd had his house all cleaned up and ready for me to move into. I reminded him again that I was not moving in with him, and he excitedly replied, "Well, you just don't know you want to right now." I again reminded him of my girlfriend, who I was making plans to move with. He said that our whole lives were about to change now that we'd found each other. Between all this conversation, he'd begun singing again. Despite the money, I decided he was being way too crazy this time, and I was done with everything. I really needed to get home. Before I could get up, though, he wrapped his arms around my waist, literally picked me up in the air, and started running with me towards the exit. I was screaming, trying to flag down the bartender, DJ, or anyone, because security wasn't there all of a sudden. He'd made it out to the hallway, only about 10 feet from the door, when the massive security guard stepped back inside from walking a girl to her car. He tried to dart around the guard still carrying me. I reached for security, while Steve tried to pull me away and out the door. Thankfully, the brick wall of a security guard managed to plant himself in front of us and pulled me out of Steve's arms before he could try anything else. He insisted he was just joking, and he was only trying to tell me goodbye. I bolted out of there and into the dressing room, though, while he was still screaming for me to come say goodbye to him. The security guard practically carried him one-handed outside. Thankfully, he was banned for good this time. I decided to take a vacation with my girlfriend for a couple months after, just in case he tried to follow me again and stuffed me into his trunk or something. He continued to call all the clubs looking for me while I was gone. They all lied and said I quit working there, and I didn't see him again after. I live in a pretty affluent neighborhood due to getting a decent inheritance from my parents. I got their house and some money, which would have been more than enough for me to live on for quite a while. Even though I didn't make a lot of money, working as an adjunct professor at a nearby community college, I really enjoyed the work. Because of this, even though I technically didn't need to work right now, I still continued to do so. I mention this because I was a bit out of place in this neighborhood. I was unmarried and I didn't have any kids either. Along with that, I worked a job where I sometimes had to deal with some unruly and immature children. All these things together made it so that if someone were to try and do something to me, it really could have been any number of people. I had gotten home from work around dusk one day. It was my favorite day of the week because I didn't have any night classes to teach. The sun was almost all the way down when I arrived home, but not quite there yet. It was going to be trash day the following morning, so I went into the garage to get the cans ready to take out to the street. When I brought the cans outside, though, I noticed someone walking on the other side. I didn't really know my neighbors too well, so I didn't know who this was exactly. While I was taking out the garbage, I began to have this really weird feeling. I'm sure every single one of you reading this has had it before. You feel like someone is looking at you, even though you have no reason to really think they are. The feeling was so intense, though, I just had to look up and see what was going on. The guy who I'd seen walking across the street was walking very slowly now, and he seemed to be staring over in my direction. As soon as he caught me looking at him, though, he looked away right away. Afterward, he began walking faster down the street. I didn't really think that much about it. That sort of thing happens all the time. I finished placing the garbage and recycling cans in their proper places and went back into my home. After that, I remember fixing myself a drink. If you've ever been a community college teacher, you know exactly why. Sometimes when you're grading some papers, the only thing that keeps you from fearing for the future of humanity is having a solid drink. Oh, by the way, I taught English 1 and 102 specifically, so that gives you a bit of an idea of what I had to deal with. After about an hour of grading these papers, I decided to go prepare something for dinner. As I was coming back to my seat in the front room, though, I just happened to look out the front window. There was a street lamp right across the street from my house. I noticed a figure standing in the shadows just to the side of the direct light. I had to squint a bit to even see if someone was actually there, though. When I did, I could have sworn I saw them moving further away from the light. I thought about that guy I'd seen earlier that had been looking at me. Now I was mildly concerned. I didn't really think, though, that someone was out there targeting me or even aware of my presence in any way. Instead, I thought maybe someone was out there planning to break into one of my neighbors' houses or something. It was merely a passing thought, though. Sometimes I knew I could let my imagination get away from me. I tried not to concern myself too much. I had some dinner and continued grading papers. I didn't see anything else strange the few times I'd gotten up and checked again. I did keep looking out the window though, just in case this figure actually was someone shady. There was one time I thought I might have seen someone skulking about, but I couldn't be completely sure. By the time I ended up going to bed that night, I had all but forgotten about seeing that figure outside. Later on though, I woke up in the middle of the night, breathless and completely unaware of what was going on. All I knew was that I woke up in shock in bed and couldn't breathe for some reason. After my head started to quickly clear up, I realized someone was in my room and they had their hands over my nose and mouth and were trying to smother me. I bucked and struggled, but you have to know how hard it is when you can't breathe. I went into full-on panic mode. Something occurred to me in that moment. If this person was trying to kill me, maybe I should just act like I was dead. So I went limp, rolled my eyes, and held my chest still, holding my breath and not struggling anymore. I pretended to be dead. This person still held their hand over my face for a few more seconds, but after they removed them, I did my best not to breathe and to make them think I was truly dead. The person stood up for a moment and looked over at me. Then he turned and walked out the door, not even bothering to check my pulse. I was shocked, but I began to take short little breaths until I was sure he was far enough away. Then I really pulled in the freaking air. I was scared, but I got up. I was hurting from the smothering, but I was determined to get this guy. Unfortunately, he left the house and got away before I could catch up to him. Instead of trying to follow him, I called 911. I can't really think of why anyone would try to kill me. To this day, I have no idea who he was or why he tried to do it at all. Fortunately, I never had any other attempts on my life, but that also keeps me from having any idea why this could have possibly happened. When I was about 14 years old, my parents began letting me stay home by myself. At first, it was only times when they would go out to eat or something of that sort. It was nice to have a few hours in the house by myself, but when I proved to them that I was able to stay home alone without any problems, this amount of time definitely increased over time. When I was 15 years old, I actually got to stay home by myself over a 4-day weekend. My parents wanted to go on a holiday cruise. They hadn't planned on going without me. I just had no interest in going at all. I wouldn't tell them this for years afterward, but being on a big ship like that in the middle of the ocean was pretty damn scary to me. Plus, it would be nice to have the house all to myself for a whole 4 days. Up to that point, 2 days had been the longest I'd ever been allowed to be by myself. I had the best plans for the time I was going to be home, too. I was going to eat myself a ton of pizza, play a ton of video games. Actually, I think that was about it. It sure was going to be the perfect weekend, though. They left on Friday morning. I did have school on that day, and I got out of school at the normal time. Normally, my mom would pick me up and drive me home, but I was going to be walking home that day. There weren't many kids from the school who walked, so it was pretty much me, myself, and I on the way home. It was about a 30-minute walk or so through town, then through part of my neighborhood to get home. My mom was a homemaker, so this was one of the few times when I got home that I found the house completely empty. It was a really weird experience, and I have to admit it did feel a little strange at first. My dad was a doctor, so we lived in a pretty nice and big house. Being alone in such a place is always quite the experience. That night, I put my plan into motion. I ordered some pizza, grabbed myself some soda, and didn't tell my parents at all, but I nicked some drinks out of the liquor cabinet too. I settled in and played some video games until I fell asleep in my room. I didn't bother to turn on any of the lights in the house either. Whenever I had to walk around to get something or otherwise, I just walked around in the dark. I could still see where I was going because of outside lights shining in through the downstairs windows. Plus, I was playing all these horror games, and those are best to play when you keep the house nice and dark. I was wearing my headphones as I was playing too. If you play horror games, you know they're a lot more fun with the headphones in. You can hear the sounds that might be warning you of upcoming terror approaching you from behind or around a corner perhaps. It makes the situation a whole lot scarier, but that's why we enjoy it. I kept my headset on as I was walking throughout the house too, since these were wireless headphones. A few times I went and grabbed myself another drink. I didn't worry about my parents finding out about that though. They drank enough that I highly doubted they would pay attention to a tiny amount missing from their liquor cabinet. I wasn't used to drinking though, so I just kept taking these tiny little sips each time I came out. I got up and went to get myself another drink, but as I was walking back toward the steps, I had the strangest feeling wash over me. I don't know how to describe it really, just like a feeling of knowing you're not alone. I hadn't gotten such a feeling before, and I really didn't care for it. Going up the stairs, I was pretty nervous. I didn't really know why though. It was just a feeling and I didn't see anything. I tried to brush it off as nothing. It must have come out of nowhere. When I got to the top though, I don't know why I did this, but I turned to look down the stairs. When I did, I found myself staring at a large man standing right there. Someone had broken into the house. Maybe they'd thought it was deserted because I had all the lights off at the time. When the guy saw me looking down at him though, that's when things really got scary. The man immediately started to bolt up the stairs after me. I ran as fast as I could, trying to get into my bedroom. I was able to get there just before him and get the door closed. As I locked it shut, I immediately heard pounding and slamming on the door. I ran to my cell phone. This flimsy door was not going to hold for very long. In fact, if this guy had any sense, he'd just unlock it from the outside. It didn't matter though. I called 911. The response was pretty swift. There must have been a police car close by or something, because I heard sirens pretty much instantly. I guess the guy heard them too, because he stopped pounding on the door. I heard him running away back down the stairs. I didn't know what to do, so I went to look out the window. My window faced the backyard, and that's the way the intruder chose to get out. I watched as he jumped over the fence. Unfortunately for him though, the cops caught up to him pretty much right away and tackled him down to arrest him. They brought him by the house so I could identify him as the same man I'd seen. Even though it had been completely dark, I knew that this was him. The guy ended up going to jail after a long process, and I was pretty happy about that. What I wasn't happy about were the memories of what happened though. I was walking around the house with my headphones on, and the man was in there the entire time while I was doing this apparently. I wonder how much was going on in that house that I hadn't noticed in those moments. I wonder why he'd just been in there with me totally unaware, just hanging out the entire time. I wonder how long I really had been in danger. During the big economics boom in Japan, there were many theme and amusement parks that opened up. Unfortunately, the fierce competition between them and the following economic recession caused many of them to close back down. Very few opened up again, and those that didn't remain open for very long. I suppose that was unfortunate for business and the theme park industry, but it's left some really interesting abandoned places in Japan. Exploring an old empty house is one thing, but exploring an entire park when you're the only people there is something on a whole different level. Most major parks, despite what many might think, have been demolished by the time I went exploring, so most of the ones I had been to were smaller venues that no one might have heard of before. That might be another reason why they all closed down actually, because not many people used to go to them. There's definitely a pretty high creep factor in being in those places. And I have to admit, the places can play tricks on your mind that you wouldn't believe. You always constantly feel like you're being watched, always thinking you might see something that isn't really there. And that's what the worst part is. If you really do see something, how can you really be sure it actually happened? That was the huge appeal of going to these places though. You get to freak yourself out pretty badly, while remaining mostly safe. I've had my fair share of freakouts just like that. Those are all different stories though. This happened at the third abandoned theme park I decided to go and explore. It was a pretty old one. Honestly, I couldn't understand why it hadn't been torn down. I was taking a risk with the time I spent looking for it, honestly. I thought surely it must have been gone before I'd actually found it. At the entrance, I noticed something weird though. There was a board that had nails in it, with the point of the nail sticking upward. It was like the owners of the park wanted a cheap way to keep people out or something. It was easily detectable and I stepped right over it. As I kept on walking though, I tripped on what I later noticed was a tripwire and fell right on my face. I had to admit, that was pretty clever. The park itself didn't disappoint. I know it had some rides, but not a whole ton of them. There were tons of booths that had once probably sold food, merchandise, and had games to play. Everything was run down, rusted, crusty, overgrown, and wonderfully spooky. It didn't take long for the creep factor to really set in, and that feeling of being watched came over me pretty quickly. In fact, I began to get pretty paranoid. That was perfectly normal though. As I continued walking though, I was sure I'd just seen someone out of the corner of my eye hiding behind something. I turned swiftly to look and see if anyone was there, but when I did, I didn't see anything at all. I didn't really give it too much thought. That's normally how these sorts of situations go. I was really enjoying the ambiance as I was walking around. Since I had seen someone nearby this merry-go-round type thing, I decided to go over and check it out. This thing was really run down. The riding animals were all decayed and filthy looking. I also noticed something really unusual though. A couple of them had barbed wire wrapped around them. It was pretty obvious if you looked closely, so no one would be stupid enough to actually get on the ride and hurt themselves. It just seemed really weird though that anyone would wrap them up like that. As I continued around, I noticed a lot of weird things like this. Barbed wire here and there, a place where there were more tripwires set up. This time I was ready for it and didn't trip. All this did make me start to wonder though. Had someone been here before? Why were there all these booby traps around? There was one roller coaster in the park that wasn't really that big. There was still a train on the tracks, and it was trapped too. It was more subtle razor wire wrapped on the drop-down harness. It was odd, and I couldn't quite figure it out. I thought I heard some footsteps quickly running behind me. When I turned around, I could have sworn I saw someone dash behind one of the booths. I felt my anxiety go up when I saw that, wondering if that really was my imagination just getting the better of me. I cautiously approached the area I thought I saw the person run behind. I was really nervous. I was expecting someone to pop up and attack me. As I walked around the back though, I couldn't see anyone there. I was getting really nervous. I wanted to be freaked out, but when the freaking out actually happens, it can feel a little weird. In the moment, you wonder what's going on. Then, I noticed something else. There was a cigarette on the ground, and it appeared to still be smoking a little. My heart jumped in my chest when I saw that, because that indicated I truly was not alone here. Then I heard a noise. It was a human scream, but not like a pained scream. It was something else altogether. The kind of scream you would make if you wanted to attack, rather than being attacked. I turned toward the sound and saw another person. They were crouched behind the train of the roller coaster. He was standing right where I had been standing before. It kind of made me wonder if he had been there the entire time. He didn't attempt to run away or anything. He just crouched down behind the train so only his eyes were above and looking at me. The look he was giving me was not something I really wanted to see. It was quite scary. It was a look that told me I was not welcome here. I heard a noise off to the side of me. When I looked over, I saw another person. They were both male and both very young. They were both shirtless, with tattoos covering their torsos, and were wearing cargo shorts. What got me the most was the look in their eyes. I decided I had to leave. I was scared, though, that even if I moved, they might come after me. All they were doing, though, was looking at me, and my eyes met theirs each time. I had a feeling these were not the only two people here. I started walking toward the entrance after. I kept looking back over my shoulder to see if they were still there. However, they hid themselves again. I heard that horrible scream once more. It terrified me. Like an idiot, I started running and forgot about the tripwire at the entrance. I tripped on it, and as I was falling, I put my hands out to break my fall. As luck would have it, my left hand landed right on the board with those nails, puncturing the palm of my hand. Fortunately, I was able to pull it out rather quickly. I left that park and got as far away from it as I could. I don't know what was going on there. It makes sense people might try to live in these old places, but the things that were going on there were just way too weird. It felt like I was in danger the whole time. I never went back, and I don't tell this story to many people. I thought it might work well to share here, though. This happened a couple of years ago, back when I was a dancer at a gentleman's club in Virginia. It was the most upscale place in the city, but it still more or less catered to the regular clientele. There was a man named George who used to come in and see me a couple of times every week. He would buy dances and VIP rooms and would always tip very well, while saying things like, "I can't believe you don't have a boyfriend," and "When are you gonna let me take you out to dinner?" The thing is, I did have a boyfriend. However, like my real name, my personal life is not anyone's business. Strip clubs are a fantasy environment. If these men knew I had a boyfriend and a life outside of dancing, they wouldn't be willing to pay nearly as much money as they did. One night I was getting dressed to leave, and I was excited to get home, as my boyfriend had just come back from a tour he was on. He's in a band, and he was waiting at home for me. The club closed at 2 a.m., so I usually walked out the door and to my car around 2:30 or so. Usually we have a bouncer that walks us out, but since it was a slow night, we only had one bouncer, who was still on the clock. He was off doing something else. I was in a real hurry to get home, so I just ran to my car all alone. As soon as I started up my car and turned out of the parking lot, though, another car turned its lights on and pulled out right behind me. I didn't think too much of it at first and continued on my way home until I realized that every turn I made, that car followed exactly. They even followed me onto the highway and onto the same exit my boyfriend and I lived on. We lived on the outskirts of the city in a heavily wooded area where houses are pretty far and few between. So as soon as that car took the same exit down the gravel road that led to the area my house is in, I called my boyfriend. Now, my boyfriend was a really big guy and had a bad temper too. As soon as I pulled into our driveway with the other cars still behind me, he ran out from behind his tour van with a baseball bat in tow and two of our dogs following close behind. He told me to stay in my car while he tried to see who was following me. Of course, we found out it was George. My boyfriend managed to hit the hood of his car with the bat before George could reverse back down the gravel road and disappear. I was scared, of course, because now he knew where I lived, but my boyfriend assured me there was going to be nothing to worry about anymore. I had a feeling he would adequately deter George from ever coming back. I mean, I guess a huge tattooed guy with a baseball bat and two big dogs was a pretty good deterrent in itself. I told my managers at work about the incident the next day, and they banned George from the club. A couple of months later, he tried to come in anyway, but the bouncer stopped him. His only explanation was that he thought I didn't have a boyfriend. My grandmother had a lot of kids, and I was the son of her oldest daughter. She actually had a couple of sons who were only a few years older than I was. Even though we lived in a different state, whenever we visited the grandparents, it was more like I had my brothers with me, rather than them being my uncles. I always wanted to do everything with them, and as the adults really didn't want to bother with us too much, they didn't really have a problem with that. There were some things that my uncles Jeb and Carl did that I didn't really like. I mean, they chewed tobacco or snuff ever since I could remember. I think I tried it once and ended up throwing up right away. To this day, I still don't really understand why people enjoy doing that. When I was 14 years old and visiting them, they had some beer on them. For the record, they were 17 and 15 at the time. It wasn't something I turned down. I didn't really like the taste of it right away. However, I did want to get drunk with my uncles, so I was able to easily overlook that. My grandpa knew that they drank beer and he didn't really care. However, if my mom had ever found out that I was drinking, especially at 14 years old, there would have been a lot of hell to pay for quite a few people. Because of this, we decided to do it out of the house, and that meant jumping into Jeb's pickup truck and driving out through the hills. This was in the 1970s, which doesn't exactly excuse driving drunk, but in areas like this, young guys drinking beers and driving around their trucks in the country was not an unusual thing at all. The first time I tried that was at 14, and it happened during the fall. I hadn't actually expected the chance to go drinking, but I was really excited when they mentioned it. Jeb and Carl told my parents they were going to take me over to a friend's house and be back later. No one really even thought about it, and it wasn't really a lie either, because they were going to go and pick up another guy friend of theirs too. By the time that my uncles picked up their friend Robbie and his little brother who was my age, his little brother who was around my age decided to tag along as well. That was fine because the little brother and I could ride in the bed of the truck. They had one of those windows on the back of the cab that slid open, so we could chat if we really needed to, and we could hand them beer since the cooler was in the back with us. This was in an Appalachian area, so there were a lot of hills and country to drive through. It was really crisp and cool outside, and the leaves were also falling pretty hard. It was already dark outside as we were driving around, but we didn't spend the entire time driving around the roads. Occasionally, we would stop somewhere random, pull off to the side, pull up to the side of a hill and look over to the other side, playing music, just drinking and talking. I always remember this night for many reasons. I mean, it's obvious that most people remember the first time they ever get drunk, and I was experiencing that this very night, but I remember it for a completely different reason too. I had been out on rides with my uncles before on non-drinking days, so I knew what to expect. It was driving on twisting, dark, graveled roads that were only wide enough for one vehicle to drive down. You had to be careful in the back of the truck, because occasionally a small branch from a tree might stretch over and slap you in the face. It didn't really matter much that the roads were so thin though, because you very rarely, if ever, came across another vehicle on those roads. At one point, we found a nice area to pull over in. It was like a little bit of a grassy area off to the side that looked like the perfect place to stop. We pulled over there and my uncle shut the truck off. For a while, the five of us just sat there drinking, hanging out, and having a really good time. Even though it was my first time drinking, I was really going slow as to not get sloshed out of my mind, so I was able to somewhat keep my wits about me. We were sitting there in the dark when Robbie began mentioning seeing some weird lights off in the woods. His brother and I didn't really notice them at first, or even really try to look, but eventually he made us look out there and keep looking. And we too came to see these moving lights out in the woods. My uncles and Robbie all wanted to go out and check what these were. Me and the brother, however, didn't want to. We let them go by themselves while we remained in the truck drinking and talking. We didn't think too much about them going off and checking out those lights. At most, it would be some hunters out late at night or something like that. It wasn't too much to be worried about. I don't know how long it was, but after a while, the three of them came running frantically back to the truck. The brother and I didn't really think anything was wrong at first, until they started climbing in. Looking inside, we noticed that one of them was injured, bleeding profusely and holding something up against the wound. What the hell happened? There were these two really freaky-looking guys out there, Carl began telling us. They looked like they were out hunting or something, so we were wondering what they were doing, but when we got closer, one of them took out a knife and just stabbed Robbie out of nowhere. I can't say I really believed them at first. I almost thought my uncles were playing some sort of prank on us. It was the sort of thing they would have done. The pure fact they didn't start the truck right away and let Carl explain what was going on made me believe that even more. I thought if they really were as scared as they were saying they were, the very first thing we should do is get out of there right away. I do remember them starting the truck up pretty fast though and trying to turn around so we could head back down the direction we had come from. It took a few moments to get ourselves turned around before pulling out. Still thinking it may have been some sort of prank, I looked back toward the trees. Although all I had to see with were the red lights on the back of the truck, I was able to make out something that sticks in my memory to this day. Two of the strangest looking men I've ever seen came skulking out of the woods, making their way towards us. It was really weird. They weren't moving very fast. In fact, they were moving almost like they had some sort of problems walking or something like that. They looked just like something out of The Hills Have Eyes or Mad Max. It was utterly terrifying to see in the dark. I yelled at them to get the hell out of there as quickly as they could. There wasn't a whole lot of space between them and the tailgate of the truck before we got turned around and began to drive. They were honestly close enough. I thought they were just going to grab on and jump into the bed. Robbie's brother and I were terrified and screaming, telling them to get the fuck out of there. We got out of there right there and then, and it was a terrifying ride from then on. It was completely dark and we were drunk and scared. We didn't know what was going on. The two of us definitely didn't want to be in the bed of the truck for the ride back, but there wasn't anything we could do about that now. We just had to put up with being exposed for the ride back. Rather than go to a hospital or anything, they drove right to Robbie's house. They didn't want to drive into town drunk and figured it would be best if Robbie's parents drove him out themselves. Once it was just my uncles and I again, we didn't drive back right away. They decided they needed to have a few beers again to calm down. Of course, at that point, I jumped back in the cab with them. There was no way I was going to stay in the bed. It was hard to calm down after what happened. My uncles insisted there were some weird-ass people out in the hills, but they seemed like something out of a horror movie. Robbie turned out okay in the end, except for having an ugly scar that was as bad as the emotional ones we got that night. Often during the hot summers of the mid and late 80s, I would spend some time at my cousin's house. We both lived in rural areas, but staying with his family was considerably better than staying with mine. My cousin Clay and I had a lot of things in common and would do a lot of fun things together in the summer. We would watch scary movies on VHS, play one-on-one baseball, and go out hiking in the woods. Hell, my aunt even had a really old typewriter, and the two of us would crowd around it and write really bad, scary stories together. My uncle and aunt both worked evening jobs, so they wouldn't be there at night. My uncle was a park ranger, and my aunt was the manager of a grocery store. We had supervision during the day if we were at home. We usually weren't, except at mealtimes though. At night, we stayed in and watched videos or did things like that. We rarely, if ever, would go out and do anything at nighttime. The area we lived in was very safe though. so if we did, we never really had anything to worry about. I wouldn't say, though, that the area they lived in was an area where everyone knew each other or anything like that. In town, it would be a much different story. Whenever we went down to town, whether it was to go to the store or go to the swimming pool, everyone knew each other. But outside, at the house, it was completely different. This Saturday night, we were going to be home by ourselves for quite a long time, longer than usual even. We had a fun ride in the back of my uncle's pickup truck into town to rent some movies and get some candy and soda to prepare. It was nearly an hour ride from the town to the house in the country, and we always enjoyed being in the bed of the truck. It was still light outside when both of Clay's parents went to work, so the two of us decided to go for a quick walk down the road. I don't really remember too much about the walk itself. When we got home, though, we decided to have some snacks and get started with our movie binging. Being summer, it was still light outside for quite a while. We were sitting in the living room together watching a movie when we both noticed something. A truck seemed to be coming down the road. It stopped and turned into our driveway. Clay didn't recognize this truck at all, and it didn't pull all the way up to the house either. He got up and let me know he was going to go outside and see who this was. Clay walked out the front door and onto the porch. As soon as he opened the door, though, I watched the truck shoot off in reverse and begin pulling out of the driveway. It pulled back and shot down the road, heading the same direction it had come from. Clay went back inside, and we both decided it was simply someone using the driveway to turn around. We kept watching the movie and didn't pay much more mind to that incident. The night went on and the sun eventually went down. Clay and I kept watching movies, and since we were relatively young, we were getting really scared from watching them. Of course, boys our age would never admit to such a thing though. A bit later, we both began to hear some noises outside. We also saw some light shining in through the front windows of the house. We got up together and went to look outside, looking out the window. It was dark enough outside that we could notice the light shining right into the house, but we couldn't make out what the vehicle was. We did notice it seemed to have stopped in the exact place the truck from earlier had. We began talking to each other about whether or not it might be the same person. We expected the truck to pull out and turn around, much like the one from earlier did, but that didn't happen right away. In fact, nothing seemed to happen. The truck remained in place, with the light shining in through the windows. Clay was about to go out on the porch to see what was going on, but for some reason I felt the need to stop him. Something was making me feel really uneasy about all of this. I didn't know what was going on exactly, but something felt wrong to me. This was an area where people never locked their doors, whether it was during the day or even while they were sleeping, so he didn't seem to think anything was wrong. The very fact that truck was just sitting there, though, was really bugging me. I knew something was wrong. I went over to the door and locked it. He asked me what I thought was going on. I didn't know, and I told him that truthfully. I just got the feeling something was off here. We stood there for a while looking out the windows, wondering what was going to happen. Since Clay's parents were both gone, there weren't any vehicles in the driveway. It was obvious to anyone outside, though, that someone was in the home because of the lights inside. Still, the vehicle didn't do anything. It just continued to idle there. Out of nowhere, though, we heard a gunshot ring out in the night. It was definitely coming from the area around the truck. The two of us got scared, but we didn't drop to the floor like we probably should have. Instead, we ran to his parents' room and grabbed some of his dad's rifles. We heard another shot after that. Clay was feeling a lot of bravado and wanted to run outside with rifle in hand. I convinced him not to, though. As we continued hiding and discussing, we noticed something that we hadn't expected. The vehicle began shooting out of the driveway once again and drove off in a real hurry. Confused, we came out of the room. Nothing was broken, not a window or anything by a bullet. We couldn't figure out what they were shooting at or what just happened. Why had a guy put 2 shots out, which obviously did nothing, then just drove away? We checked outside and noticed something on the porch. Someone had dropped what looked to be animal entrails all over the place. We didn't know what to make of this, but we knew for sure nothing like that had been there before. That guy must have put them there, but we had no idea why. We called Clay's dad, and he eventually came over to the house before his duty was over. He couldn't make any sense of this either. While he was there was a sudden phone call. It had to be about an hour after the vehicle had left. Apparently, the guy had said that next time he wouldn't miss. That was terrifying. It was just a really weird series of events. We guessed it had to be a threat against someone in particular. Clay's dad thought it was meant for him, since he was a park ranger and had arrested people for poaching and things like that, but we could never really be sure. Back when I was in college down in Florida, I used to work a part-time job at this pretty upscale motel. The motel had this really nice pool, and this one time, after a series of pretty gnarly rainstorms, I was tasked with cleaning it up. It was really nothing out of the ordinary. We actually had a specialist that came in when the pool was that bad, but my manager said the guy was up to his eyeballs on other jobs and wouldn't be able to come down for a few days at least. Since this was really costing us guests, he told me that if I got it done myself, he'd let me go early and still pay me the full day's wage. Absolutely a no-brainer, so I accepted right away. About a half hour into the job or so, this absolutely perfect 10 out of 10 knockout of a girl around my age came out to the pool in her bikini and asked how long it would be until the pool was fully swimmable. I shrugged and told her I didn't really know. It was taking a long time as it was, and I'd only scooped a quarter of the debris out of it. Then, to my luck though, she seemed content to just chill by the pool in one of those sun loungers until I finished everything up. I got where she was coming from. It was really hot outside. After a while, she started making a little small talk with me. After about a half hour of back and forth, I'd managed to pretty much clear the entire shallow end of all the plant trash. She asked if she could dip her legs into the shallows. I thought, sure, why not? As she did so, though, I noticed a bunch of small, dark things swimming out of one of the filters towards her legs. Apparently, she hadn't seen them because she was too busy turned towards me. I just straight up screamed, "Get your legs out of the pool!" She looked at me like I was crazy, as I just okayed her putting them down. When she looked down though, she let out this ear-splitting scream, then basically sprinted back to her room in tears. If you've never seen Florida water bugs, now is the time to Google them. More specifically, Google just how big they can get. Somehow I'd never seen these evil-looking things until right then. And goddamn, they're a sight not likely to be forgotten anytime soon. Worst thing is, they actually do bite people too, which is exactly how they got their nickname of toe biters. They're not exactly dangerous in the sense that they're poisonous or anything, but they're just about the last thing you want to see while you're swimming, and you definitely don't want to get that many bites on you either. I'm not great with bugs, so I got the hell out of there and told my boss that as much as I appreciated the offer of the day off, I would not be carrying on with cleaning the pool that day. His response was literally, "Ah, come on, they won't kill you if they bite you." I straight up told him I'd rather he fire me than make me clean all that up with those terrifying things swimming and flying around. Thankfully, he relented and told me to close the pool off by putting some chairs around it like a little fort, until the real pool guy could come out and completely drain and filter the thing. Apparently, they're pretty easy to kill just by using vinegar or something, but the pool guy still uses protective gloves and stuff, because get this, water bugs can even fake being dead, then pop back up alive and bite you after tricking you into thinking you're safe. That's just pure nightmare fuel to me. Florida was fun, and I'm glad I got to experience living there while I was in college, but I sure don't miss all the tropical wildlife down there. And seriously, if I never have to look at another giant water bug for the rest of my freaking life, it will be way too soon. Back when I was still getting some money together for college, one of the 2 jobs I worked was a housekeeping job for a certain motel chain. It was on that job that I saw some of the weirdest, creepiest things I've ever put eyes on, and to this day, some of them remain unexplained. I'm not suggesting that this one was supernatural though. I'm sure there's a perfectly logical and reasonable explanation for it, especially in a county with such bad drug problems as this one, but it definitely left me and my coworkers on edge for at least a few hours after. So there we are, going from room to room, knocking on doors, calling out housekeeping, that whole ordeal. Me and my coworkers were sort of leapfrogging each other, doing every 3rd room or so as we worked our way along the corridor. As we were working, I hear one of my fellow coworkers scream out, "Oh my God," in Spanish. Obviously, the other 2 of us came running to see what was wrong. I remember arriving in the room, not being able to see what she was so freaked out about. The place was basically clean apart from one broken window, which was broken at the top of it. The window started about chest height, then went all the way up to the ceiling to let all this nice natural light into the room. It was only when I looked up because of this that I actually saw what she was so freaked out about. Leading up to the broken portion of the window, all across the ceiling, were dirty footprints, super visible against the pale paint. And the 2 of us that had come running were like, how in God's name did that happen? The poor Honduran lady we used to work with, though, was basically convinced it was a demon or something that had run along the ceiling before diving out the window. A much more logical explanation would be 2 meth heads fighting inside had somehow managed to leave some footprints on the ceiling after throwing each other around, then broken a window before running away. There was definitely no blood or anything to suggest that some kind of crazy accident had occurred, though. I guess the really creepy thing was seeing how freaked out our coworker was. She kept clutching the cross around her neck and saying these little prayers to herself. She seriously thought something evil had been in there. We had to talk her down and explain that weirder things had happened when people were cranked out of their minds. She just wasn't buying it though. She refused to clean that room for the rest of the time I worked there. I cleaned it myself on many occasions, and nothing weird ever happened while I did so. I don't really know exactly how to explain what happened though. It's kinda crazy actually. I'm a 15-year-old male, but I was around 7 years old at the time this happened. It's hard to remember things from when I was that young, and I still do have PTSD from the entire thing. Before I tell you the whole story of what happened that day though, I have to explain how we even found ourselves in such a situation in the first place. My dad was the kind of guy who, when he sets his mind on something, he just had to do it, and there was no talking him out of it. I know it really annoyed my mom, but she always supported him on all his ventures anyway. You know, the power of love or whatever. Because of this, when my dad said he wanted to buy a farm and grow some wheat for a living, my mom was not completely shocked. My dad had saved up a lot of money from his old job as a car salesman, and he already had a house picked out for us as well. My mom only told me very recently that she was frustrated my dad didn't even take into consideration how she would feel about it. The day after he suggested it to her, they listed the old house for sale, and it sold relatively quickly. Mom and Dad only had a couple of weeks to pack up the home they had lived in throughout their whole marriage. My mom said that when we got to the farm, it was just a total disaster. The house was in shambles, there was dust everywhere, and the land looked like it had been a place for BMX bikers to ride or something, with tracks and hills everywhere. Over the course of a few months, my dad had managed to level all the fields and partially fix up the house before running out of all the savings he'd had. My mom had no idea at the time that they were completely broke, but she figured something was up when all her expensive jewelry started to go missing. She found out later he had sold it to pay for the huge tractor he bought. My mom started to become unhappy in the marriage and felt like all Dad cared about was his dreams and never hers. She continued to put on a brave face though for me and basically just sucked it all up. My dad worked all day and night in those fields to prepare for the crops he had planned to eventually grow, but there was always seeming to be something preventing him. The soil wasn't nutrient-dense enough. There wasn't enough direct sunlight. The neighbors' goats keep wandering into our fields. Not enough daylight to sow the seeds, etc., etc. Eventually, my mom gave him an ultimatum. Start the crops within a week or we were moving back into the city and he would get a proper job again. She really hated being on that farm and she knew he was a big-time procrastinator, so she figured he'd never do it. And we'd be back in the city where life would be good again within about a month. With complete shock and utter disappointment though, she found she was wrong. He got straight to work the next day, tilling the earth to prepare for seeding. She had been hoping he would recognize her desperation to escape that place and finally put her feelings first, but of course she was wrong. After 3 days, he began to sow the seeds. He was out in the middle of the field that day when his tractor stopped working. Mom could see it smoking from where she was standing inside the house, so she called out to him to ask if everything was okay. He yelled from across the field and assured her everything was good. Mom told me to go outside and see if he needed some help. I walked out to the fields towards my dad and asked him if he needed me to do anything. He told me he was going to check the tractor for anything that needed fixing and told me I could sit in for a while if I wanted to watch while he did his thing. Of course, I said yes. I was a 7-year-old kid. What kid that age wouldn't want to sit in a tractor? My dad helped me climb up, and for the next 15 or so minutes, I sat there looking at all the levers and buttons while my dad looked around for the problem that was causing it to malfunction. He told me not to touch anything while I sat there, and I did keep my promise for the time being. I guess though I'd accidentally pulled one of the levers, and I felt the tractor lurch backward quickly in one swift motion. My dad grunted, and I heard a loud thud. I didn't really know what just happened. I hopped out of the tractor and looked back, only to see half of my dad's body pinned underneath. He was still aware and talking, and told me to go get my mom. I ran as fast as I could back to the house and burst through the door. At 7 years old, I had no idea how to contain my emotions in a time of emergency. I had tears running down my face. The best way my mom could describe how I sounded was a crying, mumbling mess. I was trying so hard to say what happened, but the words just wouldn't come out. Instead of talking, I pointed outside toward the tractor. She seemed to understand it was something urgent, having to do with my dad. My poor mom was struggling to get over to him. The ground was heavily broken up from the tractor tilling, and she kept falling in her attempt to get there. By the time she finally did, I saw her drop to her knees. I made my way over too. My dad was telling her everything was going to be okay, while she cried leaning over him. She kept on saying how she couldn't live without him, and he needed to survive. He had begun to not make much sense with his words. Even I could tell at that age he was trying to say he loved her. My mom, determined to save his life and not thinking logically, got in the tractor and managed to drive it off of him. Unfortunately, that only made it worse. His lowered body was a complete mangled mess, and he was bleeding all over the ground. From what I could see, his legs were completely flat, and all his bones were sticking out of his flesh. My mom told me to look away and to tell my dad I loved him. I had no idea what to do. I couldn't speak. And no matter how I tried, I couldn't look away either. That day, my dad took his last breath, and soon after, my mom rushed inside to call the police. When the paramedics got there, they told my mom there was nothing anyone could have done to save him. My mom tried telling me ever since that his death wasn't my fault, I was just a child, but for all the years I've gone through and all the therapy I pushed myself through, I know in my heart that I killed my dad that day. Me and my mother were driving through our small town in Southwest Virginia. My mother and father are divorced, and he lived in Tennessee. Anyway, they had very different viewpoints on helping out hitchhikers, as my dad was very much into hiking, camping, etc. As we were driving along, I noticed there was a woman walking down the road. Mind you, it was very hot outside because it was summertime. I noticed she was carrying a child swaddled up in a blanket too. That kinda struck me as a poor choice, considering it was the middle of summer. It seemed way too warm for such a swaddle. I turned to my mom and said this: "I think we need to pick that woman up. Surely she isn't far from where she needs to go. I mean, she has a baby." To my surprise, my mom pulled over into the gas station parking lot and told me to get in and grab a large bottle of water. We would then ask the woman if she needed a ride. So we pull out of the gas station and approach this thin, almost sickly-looking woman. She very quietly grabbed the door handle and got inside, not saying anything at all, not even a simple thank you. That didn't really sit right with me, because this is the South, and everyone at least is polite and approachable for the most part. We asked where she was heading to, and me, being the passenger seat, I turned around to look at her. She was looking down at her baby, cooing at it gently. She replied without even looking up from the swaddled being, about 2 miles past the Dollar General on Jeb Stuart. We were very close to that area. I decided to turn around fully and speak to the woman, maybe get a proper conversation going. As I got a better look at her baby though, I realized it was actually a drywall hammer wrapped up in a blanket, then wrapped inside another blanket. I froze. It was like I just walked into a deep freezer. I told my mom I really thought we should stop because I heard what sounded like knocking. I was very adamant that we needed to stop at the upcoming Dollar General and check on our car. As we pulled in, I told my mom to get out and that I needed her help locating the noise. We met each other at the hood of the car, which I popped up so the woman inside couldn't see us. "Mom, that's not a baby. She has a hammer in there." My mother advised me we should walk inside to see if they had anything to help close that up. We told the woman we would be right back. We walked inside and told them to call the police so they could come help this woman with whatever she needed. We could no longer have her in our vehicle. When we got back, my mom gave her some vague reason as to why we could not take her any further. She got out of the vehicle very angry, almost confused. We sped off before she could react though, and left her in the parking lot. I guess she very well could have been a really confused woman with some mental issues. I don't know exactly what was going on, but I do know that I don't think she had any good intentions for us. I grew up with my dad and brother. My mom died when I was 10. I was 13 at this point, and my brother was 16. He was out with some friends that night. I myself used to go out until late into the night and drink in the park with my friends. My dad was a severe alcoholic and always too drunk to even know if I was home or not. Because of this, I had free reign, and no rules or boundaries existed for me. My dad even used to invite random alcoholics and drug-using strangers into the home. Often when I came back, these strangers would still be there, and my dad would be passed out or asleep from having too much alcohol. Usually, they would barely even notice I was there, and I'd go straight to my room. One day though, I'd just come back from hanging out with some friends. It was the early hours. I walked through the living room to go upstairs to my room, only to find my dad asleep in the armchair. The guy he'd brought back was some random guy, around his mid-50s or so. I didn't recognize him at all. He looked at me though, and immediately I could tell something was off about this guy. He smiled and stared, and tried to start a conversation with me. I was just keen to get to my bedroom. I rushed upstairs and got my pajamas on for bed, then dashed out to use the bathroom. As I was running, the man caught me and said, "You look nice in those pajamas." He was smiling at me and really creeping me out. I twisted out of his grip and went back to my room instead of using the bathroom. I shut the door behind me. I had a lock on my bedroom door, and you bet I used that right away. Almost immediately after I'd locked it, he began trying to pry open my bedroom door. I was so scared. I knew something was wrong with this guy. He had bad intentions. I dragged my bed all the way across the room just to block the door, just in case he managed to get it open or broke the lock somehow. At this point, he started to knock on the door instead. "I'm just trying to say hello, sweetie. Don't be so rude. Open the door for me." I didn't respond. I was panicking now. For all my bad decisions, I was a pretty smart 13-year-old, and I knew I was in some serious danger. The bed was blocking the door, and it was still locked as well. I could hear him slamming against it with his whole body, trying to get inside. I opened my bedroom window and screamed outside, "Help! Help me, please!" What I later found out was that one of my neighbors had heard me, and knowing my dad was an alcoholic, he assumed something must have happened to him. He came around, must have seen my dad was asleep. He then came up to my room. The man outside fled, and my neighbor began knocking to get in as well. I could hear his voice, a voice of safety. Although I trusted my neighbor, I was so shaken up that all I could do was sit in the corner of my room in a ball, crying, shaking, and panicked. He knocked on the door and was pushing against it to open it against the weight of my bed. Eventually, he did manage to get it open and gently checked up on me, assuming I must have been hurt by my dad or something. He held me while I composed myself and tried to explain what had happened. The man was long gone. I knew he could come back at any time in the future, though. My dad was never sober enough for me to have been able to explain what happened. That was the final straw for me. I alerted social services, and that's the night I ended up in the care system. I ended up living with my auntie until I was 16, so in the end, I suppose I got it much easier than most. This story is something I still think about from time to time, and it really creeps me out. I'm writing this to sort of get it off my chest. Almost 3 years ago, I was 17 years old. At this point, I was accustomed to being in horrible situations, as all I had was my mother, and she couldn't hold down a job for long. She had her own issues to tackle. And so, as I grew up, we stayed in and out of roommates' houses. We never really had a place of our own to stay, except for maybe twice. That didn't last long either. We'd always be forced into a new environment, with almost a snap of a finger. When I was 17, we were led into a situation where we were going to be homeless again. I was used to it at this point, as I had slept in the street far more often than I'd like. The day came when we had to leave our roommate's home. My mom was able to stay at her boyfriend's trailer, but I had nowhere to go. I had no friends at this point. I had halted my friendships because they were either bad for my health and mental state, or were overall toxic. My mom offered for me to go with her, but I didn't want to. Her boyfriend was kind of weird, plus I was used to the street anyway. I didn't think it was bad as it was at the time. I got dropped off at McDonald's. I ate some burgers before I went off to the streets once more. Eventually the sun fled, and darkness was all that remained. I looked for a place to sleep for the night. I went into many places that night, trying to sleep, but none of them were working. It was either too hot, the lights would be too bright, or mosquitoes would bite me. That's when I remembered a house I used to go to chill in. This house had been under construction and was nearly finished. Because of this, all the doors shut properly and the windows were settled as well, so there were no mosquitoes swarming around. I went through the back like always and made my way upstairs. Eventually, I settled in the bathroom because there was less debris on the floor. I laid down and tried to get some sleep. I started to hear some sounds downstairs, but I didn't really give it too much thought. I figured maybe it was the door I'd come through swinging open and closed or something. Eventually, after laying there for maybe an hour or so, I opened my phone and started to look at old photos of my life, thinking about how messed up it was I'd gotten to this point, how I'd lost everything. These strange noises were still happening this entire time. Eventually, for whatever reason, I got up and went to sit down on the back porch. I just couldn't sleep at all. I made my way down the stairs and out the back door. I was messing around for maybe 5 minutes on my phone when it happened. By pure coincidence, I saw movement to my left from the back door I'd just exited from. I glanced over, and it was like time itself had frozen. At first, I thought it was just an illusion, but that was wrong. I could see a man hiding in the darkness, peering past the wall inside to gaze at me. The lower half of his figure was behind the wall entirely, and I couldn't make out much of anything but his upper body. The rest of his body was leaning to the left, peeking from behind this wall, almost like the man was trying not to let me see him. He was almost a pure black silhouette. I couldn't make out any features of his face. After noticing him, I just sat there and stared at him for what felt like forever. I expected him to come outside and try to talk to me or something. I normally talk to a lot of homeless people, and I thought maybe this man was just homeless like me. He didn't move at all though. He was as still as a statue and quiet as a mouse. Maybe he didn't even know I'd noticed him. He just kept on staring at me the entire time. Eventually, after staring at him, I got up and got my bicycle and made my way out of the property. As I was walking out of the backyard, I peered back through the window. The moonlight revealed the man was still there, watching me walk out of the property. I could tell because the moonlight revealed the top of the man's head, and I saw his eyes gazing at me. He appeared to be a white male who was very tall and had a jacket of some sort on. After seeing this, I moved a little faster to get out of there. I got to the front of the house on the street and looked inside to see if I could see him better. I couldn't see him, but I could still feel him watching me. I waved goodbye to the house to signify I was leaving, just in case he still was. For the rest of the night, I couldn't properly sleep. I tried 2 different spots, but both were no luck. And that's where my story ends. I know it didn't have a crazy chase or a fight to the death with the man or anything like that, but this is real life, and not like movies or books. I don't know what the man was doing there. Maybe he was just trying to sleep like I was, but then why was he making all that noise and staring at me for so long? It was just very unnerving. It makes me wonder how long that man was in the house for, and what would have happened if I'd actually fallen asleep. Would he have just stared at me while I was sleeping, completely blinded to his presence? Or did he have other intentions? I never stayed long enough to know, but now I don't go to houses like that anymore, at least not after this experience. So, my friends and I went to an area with a long stretch of those Y-style utility poles up on a mountain in Dalton, Georgia. If you know the area, you know it's a complete shithole of a city and pretty much a meth capital. So we were up there watching a storm roll in, and it was pretty beautiful. There was a dark purple sky with lightning lighting up a mountain opposite us. It was on Dug Gap Battle Road for anyone who knows the area. Anyway, we were up there as the sun was setting, and this thunderstorm was rolling in. It was me and 3 friends. There was another group of younger guys as well, with a bonfire laughing and eating together. We were just there to smoke and watch the storm roll in. so we weren't really talking much at all. That other group left about 30 minutes later, and I started to get this weird, eerie feeling. I'd had a weird feeling the whole time we were there, so I hadn't done any smoking myself, just in case I needed to be clear-headed. I heard some rustling in the woods to the left of us. I was terrified some animal was going to burst out of the woods, and I'd have to drag these stoned idiots behind me. Instead, though, what I started to hear was yelling and screaming coming from down the road. It was a bit of a steep walk up to the overlook. It wasn't too long after that other group of guys had left, so we didn't really think that much of it. Maybe they were having a fight or something. It had continued on long enough, though, for us to get interested in what was happening. We kept hearing that rustling in the woods nearby us. Worried that it might be someone trying to sneak up on us or something, good intentions or no, we started to walk down the hill and get a look at what was making all this noise. As we approached, we could see that 2 cars seemed to be blocking the road, a large truck and a beater sedan-type car. There was someone hanging out of the sedan and screaming. It seems like the other guy was trying to push them back into it. It wasn't a joking scream either. This person was wailing like they were about to die. It was these god-awful screams. We all just kinda looked at each other and decided to quietly exit down the path and get back to our car. We had parked about a half-mile back. We started going back down, and we'd gotten about halfway when we heard one of them yelling seemingly at us. We all dropped down like idiots, like dropped down to our stomachs. We could hear more yelling and knew that they'd clearly seen us. We decided to fuck it and just took off running towards the car. We made it and sped off right away. Neither of the other cars tried to follow us or anything. They very easily could have just left the opposite way. We think maybe it was some sort of drug deal or the like. Who knows though? Wrong place, wrong time, I suppose. I still get chills when I think about what could have happened, even if it could have just been nothing. It was very strange. We did call the cops and they said they went to go check it out, but I highly doubt they ever did. Like all old cities, San Francisco has a large and extremely complex underground system and community. Growing up there, I thought I had seen it all. My high school was located downtown, and there was this alleyway with an openable manhole that led to a dry area of the sewers. It seemed to be no longer in use. We would just wander around down there and often find small, even sometimes large homeless encampments. There was never really anything you wouldn't expect to find down there, though. Besides the dry sewer system, during the Japanese internment, the Japanese had built a crazy underground tunnel system that spanned all the way from Soma down through Chinatown. Over the course of the decades, many of these tunnels became fortified. In some cases, underground apartments were even created. I'm sure at one time they were legal. Now though, these are all illegal dwellings, but still fully occupied. It's not uncommon to go into a business's basement and find a small underground staircase leading you to a network of strange but clearly maintained apartments. I digress though. This was up and beyond anything I had ever seen, since now or otherwise. My boyfriend at the time and I both worked at a bar on 6th and Market. One night, my boyfriend grabbed 2 big flashlights and told me he had something to show me in the basement. The first thing we found was the staircase underneath the basement that led to another staircase going even further downward. There was another staircase down there that led to these creepy underground apartments. That wasn't very interesting though. What was interesting was when we searched a little further after going in deeper, and we found another staircase leading all the way down into the darkness. We just had to check this out. This staircase took us down a long, narrow cement landing into a huge room, The ceiling had to have been 20 to 30 feet high. Although, for reference, I'm quite short, only about 5 feet, so it may have seemed bigger to me than it actually was. There was no railing on this staircase at all. There appeared to have at one time been a bathroom or something in this room, as there were toilets around here, otherwise just piles of rubble and cement. Off this room was a whole network of dark rooms. Those were huge too. Several of them had very high ceilings. They were all separated by these weird steps. They were only like 2 or 3, and it made the floor very uneven. When I'm saying huge, I'm talking each of these rooms could have held hundreds of people. With our flashlights, we looked around the area. There were light bulbs in some of the rooms that appeared to be operational, but there didn't appear to be anyone down there. To our surprise, we found another small staircase that led even further down to what could only be described as a mezzanine. The ceiling was very low at this point, and we were very deep underground. This is where things started to really get creepy. We discovered several gross old mattresses and mounds of clothing. There were 6-inch clear heels, wigs, other random huge piles of stuff. There were even some tables and chairs, but everything looked broken and rotting. We were musing amongst ourselves what these huge rooms could have possibly been used for. If they had been built during the internment, were they built to hide from the government or something? My boyfriend was getting really creeped out. We were already in so deep though. It was so dark and twisting and turning. Then we found this weird closet. It was almost like a tiny hall, open at both ends. There were shelves inside, just big enough for someone to lie down on. I shined my flashlight on them. "I think we should go now," my boyfriend said. I looked up and saw him standing at the other end of the closet. We were now clearly looking at some kind of ancient dried-up sewer system or something. To our left was a massive antique sewer pipe with ornate brick and mortar around the giant opening. In front of us, where the pipe opened up to, there appeared to be a small building made of mud of some sort. There was a huge depression between the area we were in and the area across from us. It almost kind of looked like a subway station or something. There was rebar sticking out of the earth ominously. We shined our flashlights downward. The area downward was deep enough that it would be very difficult to get out of if you were to fall in. On the other side of the platform were these 3 or 4 cells. They looked like old-timey jail cells from a Western movie. They were all brick and mortar, with arched entryways and big iron bars. The ceiling in this particular spot was really, really high. We were unfathomably deep now, and it seemed like it only led even deeper in. There was no quick and easy way to get out of here. And the weirdest and creepiest thing of all, though, was that there was a single red light bulb hanging from the very center of the ceiling. We had noticed the red light right away. In fact, it was bathing this whole bizarre sewer jail construction scene in red light. It didn't occur to us, though, that if these lights were all on, it likely meant that someone was in this area. Maybe they even called it home. I mean, this light bulb had to have been painstakingly placed in that exact spot. I had no idea how they could even mount it in the center of this 30-foot-high ceiling. It's possible that all this had been done by the city at some point. Still, though, we didn't want to stick around. At this point, my boyfriend and I began to hustle our way back out of there. If there was anyone living down there, we imagined they were probably of the unsavory sort. We didn't exactly want to find out, though. We hightailed it out of there with a swiftness, and never again went back down into the bar's basement. I used to work at a large campus gym. We closed at midnight, but the pool sauna area closed at 11 p.m. At around 11:30, something caught my eye in the locked pool area. I went in, using the flashlight app on my phone to look around. Everything seemed to be in order, until I shined my light into a corner of the room where I saw a man inside, wearing his street clothes. I walked over and told him this area was closed and he needed to leave right now. The man nodded and left through the door to the men's locker room. I relocked all the doors behind him. At midnight, after the announcements were made, I had to check all the locker rooms to make sure no one was still inside. Before going into the men's locker room, I'm female by the way, I banged on the door and yelled that the gym was now closed. The locker room was going to be checked by staff, and if anyone was there, they needed to make their presence known. There was no response, so I went to do a quick visual check. As I walked inside, I was surprised to see the very same man was now in the corner of the shower area, standing there naked, just staring off into space. He didn't react, he didn't move, he didn't do anything. I screamed and ran around the corner. I yelled that he needed to dress up and leave right now. I left the locker room and radioed up to my male boss what was going on and that he needed to come down and help me. We stood outside the only entrance to the locker room for a couple of minutes, waiting for this guy to leave, but no one ever came out. My boss went inside and was in there for a couple of minutes. He came back out to tell me that no one was in there. Now all 6 staff members were called down. We checked the pool area. All the doors were still locked. I'd never taken my eyes off that locker room door, so he couldn't have snuck out either. The gym had a pretty fancy camera system that monitored the pool in all areas beside the locker rooms. We checked the computer recordings, and there was no sign of the man leaving. All the male staff were now searching all over this locker room, but there was no evidence of the man in there. The only ways in and out are the main door and the pool door. We never did figure out what happened, and I never saw that man again. I still have no idea how he could have gotten out. I don't know how he got into that locked pool area in the first place. There were no windows, and the exterior of the building had motion sensors too, that never went off. Nothing of that sort ever happened again. None of the alarms went off that night after we left, indicating that it didn't seem the man was still in the building either. It's been a couple of years since, and every once in a while I run that event over in my head again. I just can't come up with a solution. Three years ago, my husband was deployed. He was living 3,000 miles away from our family. It was the middle of the day, and I hadn't talked to anyone in about 3 days. Everyone was busy at this time, myself included. All of a sudden, I got a knock at the door. It was kind of weird. I should mention that in my 12 unit, 10 of the other units were empty. Anywho, I opened the door since we didn't have peepholes, only to find a young woman with a clipboard standing there. She started on this whole spiel about how she was selling energy packages and whatnot. She asked if she could come inside. As I was trying to say no and close the door, she forced it open and walked in. I was trying to get her to leave, and she was clearly texting someone, asking me all these questions. Finally, I just told her, I'm not comfortable doing anything while my husband is at work, but I can tell him when he gets home, so you need to leave right now. The woman looked me dead in the eye. Oh, so he's not deployed then? No, he's probably on his way back from work right now. Lunch. She stared me dead in the eyes. Oh, well, then we can wait. You can call him since he won't be long, unless he's actually deployed. She stared at me for a few more minutes until I texted my friend asking her to have her husband call me and pretend to be mine. That finally convinced the lady to leave, thank God. Fast forward a few months. I was still alone and nothing funky had happened since then. One night though, I got a random Skype request from last name, husband's first initial. We've got a very unique last name, so I accepted the request. There was this guy who was talking to me like he's my husband. I started to notice though that a few things were strange. At first, I assumed it must be someone who'd grabbed the laptop I sent to him and was messaging me, until I got an email from my husband and 2 of his platoon mates telling me they were having a blackout going on and that he'd call later when he could. I told this guy I knew he was not my husband or any of his friends and to stop and leave me alone. Then the person replied back, "Oh, come on, why don't you chat with me? He'll never know. I know you're there alone. I know he's in Afghanistan." I blocked the account, and thankfully that's the last creepy thing that happened. I guess I didn't die, so that's pretty good. We were on a school trip, ages about 9 to 10 years old, and we're staying in a hostel in London with about 20 other kids and some teachers. Each room was a 4-bed dorm. I was sharing with my 3 best friends, and we'd been up all night gossiping as girls tend to do. It was around 1 a.m. or so. All of a sudden, though, one of my friends said to me, "Hey, what's that on the wall there?" I looked up and saw there was a little laser dot just wiggling around. We realized that someone had to be shining it in through the crack underneath our bedroom door. Suddenly, 5 or 6 more appeared on the wall. There was total silence as these little red dots continued dancing around. We were all freaking out quietly. Finally, though, I worked up the courage to call out, "Who's there?" Suddenly, the door was being hammered, kicked, and smashed in. It was being broken down by whoever was outside. It was almost like they were furious with us. There were no sounds of voices, just the battering of the door. We started to scream. 4 girls screaming and screaming for 15 minutes until the smashing finally stopped. A staff member came in and started yelling at us to be quiet. The teachers were all super pissed off too, until they realized how traumatized we were. We spent the rest of the night answering questions until the guys at the front desk concluded someone must have slipped in during the night. Nothing was ever done. They never figured out who it was or why. We just got on the bus and went home soon after, and that was that. I'm a freight train conductor. For the unaware, we're the guys that deliver all the rail cars to industries and put trains together. Engineers are the drivers of the trains, and they stay on the engine while the conductors are walking around doing different work. So I'm there in one of our yards at about 3 a.m., putting a train together. My engineer was about a half-mile away, so I was basically in a pitch-black area walking the tracks alone. I was checking all the cars over while walking, and just so happened to hear some extra steps being taken on the rocks behind me. I stopped in place, and those steps stopped too. I turned around, but I couldn't see anything there, so I started to keep going. The footsteps also started again. We see hobos every now and then, so I called out to whoever it is to watch out, because the train was about to start moving. No one answered. As I'm radioing my engineer to start pulling the train along, this cracked-out-looking crazy guy popped out from the other side, staring straight at me. This guy smelled horrible. I was at least 25 feet away from him. His eyes were bugging out and fixated on me. I told the man once again to watch his step, as the train was about to begin moving. As the train did so, the man suddenly rushed and started coming right at me. I started running too, and told my engineer to pull the train faster and get me out of there. The guy was jumping after me. I caught on to the side of a car as it was picking up speed, and the man jumped on too. I hopped off at our yard office and ran inside and locked the door. The man ran straight up to it and began smashing the window with his face. I called my boss, who then called the police. All the while, this guy was pacing back and forth outside the door. About 10 minutes later, he finally wandered off. About 10 minutes after that, an officer arrived. I let him know what was going on and that I still had work to do. He stayed around with me while I finished up. We never saw that guy again, but it really creeped me out. I carry a knife with me now, and I'm extra alert every time I have to work in the yard. I was 12. It was the last day of school for the term, and me and my friends had decided to get some lunch and hang out at the park. Walking down the street, there was about 10 of us in total. Out of nowhere, a woman approached us walking from the other way. She stood out with these creepy bright-colored lipsticks and weird fashion sense. She stopped us right where we were. Excuse me, boys, I see your school. I'm a tourist from Sweden, and my son lives back in Sweden, too. He went to, She stopped and peered at the school name on my uniform. Yes, your school's name. I was wondering if I could take a photo to show to him. We crossed the road to start to get away from her, but without asking, she pulled out her camera and started to snap several photographs of us. We asked her who she was and told her to delete those photos. She replied in a creepy whispering snarl. So I can't show this photo to my friends? We hurriedly said no and started rushing off to the park. We brushed it off. Maybe it was a weird but innocent lady. When we finally arrived though, somehow she'd gotten there before us and she was sitting there on a park bench smiling at us. Me and my friends immediately felt sick, so we made plans to go somewhere else. I never did see that creepy Swedish lady again. I sometimes wonder what she did with all those photos. My ex-husband and I used to take quite a few road trips in the earlier parts of our relationship. On one particular trip, we were driving in between Anchorage and Fairbanks. It was sometime in the fall, I believe. Because of this, it was quite dark. It was also the middle of the night, and we were out driving in the middle of nowhere. All of a sudden, we noticed a guy with no coat on, just standing in the middle of the road and staring out into nothing. And when I say we were in the middle of nowhere, I mean there was nothing in either direction for miles and miles on end. The man had the creepiest expression. Initially, I doubted he was even actually there, until my ex also said something along the lines of, "What the fuck is wrong with that guy?" We began to slow to a stop, but as the man approached our car, we decided to simply drive around him. As he disappeared into the rearview mirror, we wondered what that was all about. We talked about how weird it was for years after. One time, when I was around 8 or so, my parents were going out to a wedding or something. Thing was, they'd be coming home quite late. My neighborhood was very safe though, so there was no big deal with leaving me home alone. I spent the rest of the night doing everything a 9-year-old would, eating sweets, playing games, watching TV. I fell asleep and woke up by 1 a.m. It was a hot night, and my parents' room was the only one with the good AC. I walked in there and noticed someone was already on the bed. I was quite tired and hot though, so I brushed it off and assumed my parents were already home. I urged whoever it was to move over and make space for me. They did so, and I laid down in bed next to them and slept there. After what felt like a long time, I heard a car entering the garage and heard my parents entering the home. They were just arriving. I swear to God, I don't know who or what that was, but it was there with me for many hours before leaving. I never told my parents about this. Sometimes I like to just think it was my brain messing with me, but I'm pretty sure someone was in the house with me that night. So this happened multiple times, but the last time it actually happened was around 3 to 5 years ago. When I was around 9 or 11 in my younger years, this would happen in the middle of the night. I couldn't tell if I was awake or asleep. It would always start though with me hearing the sounds of loud explosions as if they were happening right next to me. Being scared, I would turn my head to get under my sheets, but it would only get worse. No matter how much I tossed and turned, I would hear the sounds of gunfire and what sounded like people screaming. I would look across my room, and the other wall would seem hundreds of miles away. I would start screaming for my mom, and it would seem like hours on end until she finally arrived. The same thing happened multiple times during my young childhood, and it would always scare the ever-living fuck out of me. The only answers I got as to what it was off an episode of Good Mythical Morning which I happened to be watching about weird mental illnesses. That day, I discovered I had something called exploding head syndrome, which causes the exact symptoms I experienced. Just a couple hours ago, I was walking into my apartment with my girlfriend when a guy who was sitting down on a bench outside followed after us. I didn't really think too much about it until we were waiting for the elevator to come down. The smell of this guy's body odor was so intense I had to hold my breath. I also noticed he wouldn't stop staring at me. Because I was feeling so uncomfortable, I tried to make some small talk with him, asking him how his night had been so far. He responded with something along the lines of, "Not too good, man. People have been chasing and beating me up all night. So why did you send those people after me?" I was completely thrown off by this response. I quickly changed the subject to the weather, because now I was positive this man was not in his right state of mind. Possibly he was even completely unstable. When the elevator finally reached us at the main floor, my heart was pounding, and I was beyond anxious. I entered the elevator anyways. Before I hit my floor number, I asked the man where he was going to first. The third floor. Yeah, the third floor. I hit his floor number, then pressed mine, which I instantly regretted. As soon as he saw me press the number 6, he just kept repeating 6, 6, 6 over and over, interspersing this weird laugh in between. At this point, I was so nervous I couldn't even bring myself to speak. Confined in this elevator, his odor was noticeably worse, and his stare on me did not cease either. The ride to his floor was short, probably only 40 seconds, but it felt like minutes on end. When the door finally opened, his stare didn't change at all. He kept on staring at me with the door open for 5 whole seconds. My girlfriend called out to him uneasily, "Well, this is your floor, so have a nice night." That seemed to kind of make the guy come to his senses slightly. He muttered a 6 one last time before he walked out of the elevator backwards, still staring at me. I was so relieved when that door shut. I let out a big exhale and tried to catch my breath while my girlfriend was on the verge of tears. We quickly ran to our room and locked the door. We tried to completely forget all about it. We had finally managed to relax until about an hour ago, when I heard knocking on all the doors down the hall from us. I heard them go down each individual door knocking. Then it stopped when it came to ours. I have no idea if this guy was schizophrenic or on drugs or something, but I've never been that scared in my entire adult life. This happened last week, so it's still fresh in my mind. I used to do my writing at a coffee shop quite a lot, and I have that sort of I'm nice, talk to me vibe because I look like a college student. One day, 3 months ago, this man just sat down next to me and started talking to me about martial arts. He seemed cool enough, so we got into a conversation about it. Eventually, though, I told him I needed to get back to work. I did have deadlines to meet after all. The man stopped talking to me and turned back to his own things, only to return a minute later and start trying to talk to me again. I had to rebuke him once more and tell him I had to get some work done. Exactly 1 minute after that, he tried to restart conversation again. I had to tell him over and over to stop talking to me so I could focus. Honestly, he kinda looked hurt and left the coffee shop soon afterwards. I felt a little bit bad about it actually. Last week, I was walking home from the beach at night. I was reaching the only part of the walk that was not usually filled with people. That was when I see a guy walking my way very quickly. He walked past me, and I heard him whisper something in my ear that I couldn't quite make out. He turned around, walked back toward my direction, and passed me by again. At that point, as he was passing me by, I realized it was that exact same guy from the coffee shop. He proceeded to walk into the center of the street and stand there staring at me from the center of the road. I could tell he definitely remembered me. I stopped in place and leaned against a light pole to keep an eye on him. I pretended to pull out my phone to text, but really I was going to pop in 911 and start running the other way. I wanted to make sure I was ready if I had to flee. After a moment of standing in the middle of the street, he went to the other side of the road to the bus stop and sat down. Clearly, he was not waiting for the bus though. He just kept on staring right at me. I took off running down the street and made a turn to walk in another direction. Thankfully, it did not seem the man tried to follow. My friends and I would roam about when we were younger. We went on this trip following the highway north out of the city, and after about an hour or so, we found a dirt track leading off into the bush. Driving down this narrow trail, we eventually arrived at a small jetty on a river. It was a nice, serene place. We cracked out some drinks and had a good time together. Hours later, when it was starting to get dark, and the driver believed they were good to go again, we started to head on our way back. Now, there was no room to turn around really, so we pulled off the jetty and he turned his car down the trail. That's when we noticed him. There was a man leaning against a tree. He would have been completely hidden from sight where we were before by the trunk. He was just casually tapping the backside of an axe against his heel while he watched us drive away. We had no idea how long he'd been watching us there for, but needless to say, we got out of there very quickly. This happened about 10 years ago, when I was 12 going on 13. Me and my friends had our share of sleepovers back then, and we had most of them at one particular friend's house. That was because his parents' room was on the complete opposite side of the home from the living room we slept in, so we could be pretty much as loud as we wanted to. We'd stay up real late playing Grand Theft Auto and making prank phone calls. We'd usually tap out at about 1 or 2 a.m. That night, I got stuck with the old recliner that was a couple of feet away from the glass sliding door, which was covered by a thin curtain. The chair wasn't particularly comfortable, so I was still up long after everyone else had fallen asleep. I turned on my side to try and get a bit more comfortable, and that's when I saw a figure standing in front of the glass door. I freaked out at first, but then reasoned it must be one of my friends getting up to use the bathroom or something. As my eyes adjusted further though, I freaked out even more because I realized they weren't in the room. It was somebody on the other side of the door trying to look in. I was too terrified to move, not knowing whether or not they could see me through the curtain. I saw them reach down and tug on the door handle. Thanks sweet bleeding Jesus, my friend's dad always made sure we locked that door after we were done for the evening. I stared wide-eyed at this figure for what felt like hours. It was probably about 10 minutes tops though, before they gave up and slowly walked backwards into the night. Eventually, I passed out of fear. The next morning, I was no longer scared, but I felt bad, like in a sad way. I had heard of people breaking into homes, but now I had actually seen someone trying to do it. As we ate Dunkin' Donuts for breakfast, my friends asked me what I was so glum about. I just told them I couldn't sleep well, and no way was I sleeping on the recliner next time. Later that day, after my mom had come and taken me home, what really occurred sunk in, and I realized I had to tell my parents what happened. My mom immediately called my friend's parents, and sure enough, they found footprints outside the door, and the knob itself had been bent. They called the cops, and about a week later, they arrested a guy in the next town over, trying to break into another house. Now, was that the same guy? I don't quite know. What would that person have done if they got in? I hope the collective shrieking of a bunch of 13-year-olds would have made them panic and bolt. But then again, maybe it wouldn't have. This is a completely true story. I shit you not. I snuck into an abandoned building where everything inside was old and decaying. Because of a fire that destroyed a lot of the building, it was deemed unsafe to go into, and it had been virtually untouched since the 80s. Everything was still there. Offices with framed family pictures, drawers with 25-year-old rotting snacks inside. Nothing had been disturbed, or so we thought. It was around 2 a.m. when we snuck in. With very few windows and mostly interior rooms, the entire building was pretty much pitch black. We had flip phone flashlights to light the way as we explored this forgotten mess. Then, though, we came across a small secluded room that wasn't quite the same as everywhere else. There was a Rubbermaid tub on the table that caught our eye because it was clearly brand new. It had no signs of decay or age like anything else in the building. We curiously approached the table to examine what was inside. Inside this tub was an absurd amount of female makeup and face paint, all very new and clearly well kept. Next to the tub were 2 books, both perfectly lined up with the table and neatly placed side by side. One was Diary of Anne Frank, and the other was a pictographic biography of Kurt Cobain. We had no idea what to think of all of this, but then we noticed a statue. Sitting next to the table on an old chair was a handmade clay statue of a clearly demonic figure. It was about 1.5 feet tall, had goat legs and the tail of a devil and the shirtless demonic upper body. The creepiest part, though, was that its wings were clearly wings from a real bird that had been ripped off and attached to the back of this demon. We thought we heard something, and we turned off our phone lights. My friend was only an arm's distance away from me, but it was so dark I couldn't see him or anything around me. The only sensory input was the sound of our breathing and the faint dripping of water from somewhere in the building. That moment was the most scared I've ever been in my entire life. We sat in the darkness for 15 seconds, without a word between us, just listening. When we heard footsteps from further in, we turned our lights back on and ran out of there immediately. Nothing happened on the way out, and we never went back, but it was the creepiest thing I've ever witnessed. Growing up, I lived next door to one of my best friends. One night, when I was probably 12 or 13 or so, we had been hanging out quite late at night, and I decided it was about time to go home. It was probably a little bit after midnight. It was the middle of winter, and it had started snowing pretty heavily. Anyway, I walked down my buddy's driveway to the street, and was just about to turn left, which would lead me to my house, when I happened to glance over to my right. Maybe about 20 meters or 65 feet away, I saw the shape of a person crouching in the middle of the street, mostly obscured by blowing snow. I took a couple of steps toward them and shouted out asking if they were all right. Without saying a single thing, the person stood up and started running toward me. I turned around and sprinted for my house. I got inside and immediately locked the door behind me. I heard the sound of their body impacting against the door. Then I heard them turn around and walk away. I've thought about that night a lot over the years, and I still have no idea what the hell that person was doing, crouched there in the middle of the road in the dead of night during a blizzard. I was walking to the grocery store from my place one evening when this truck started following me a few feet behind at the exact same pace. I freaked out a little, but I thought to myself that maybe I was just being paranoid. This went on even longer though. I came upon a walking trail in between a couple of houses that led to a park on the other side. I dipped in real quick to try and lose them. I thought they would just move on and realized that surely I was being paranoid. Well, as soon as I turned down that path, the truck roared off. Just as I came out into the park on the other side, I saw the truck roaring down the block and down the street in front of me. I instantly turned around and started walking back. The truck spun around again and started to drive back toward the entrance. I knew now they were going to try and cut me off. I turned around again and ran through the park. There wasn't much of anywhere I could go, as the park was on the back side of the grocery store, and I would be exposed for too long, walking around in either direction. I did the best I could and ran behind a dumpster, thinking they would give up if they couldn't find me. It felt like an eternity, but I soon heard the truck roaring back down the street toward me and stopping right beside my dumpster on the other side. I remember thinking in that moment, man, fuck this. I walked over to the truck, mustering as much bravado as I could. To my surprise, though, there was a woman inside, which I definitely hadn't been expecting. I walked right up, heart pounding, and asked her why she was following me. She looked at me with hatred in her eyes and asked, "Are you from Black 71? I'll never forget that sentence for the rest of my life. I had no idea what that could possibly be, so I just asked her dumbfoundedly, "What are you talking about?" I said, "Are you from Black 71? She asked again with a lot more anger thrown in. I told her I had no idea what that was. She looked at me as though she was trying to look right through me and discern whether or not I was lying. "Then why were you hiding?" she asked. I told her it was because some random person was following me in a truck while I was trying to get my groceries. She glared at me for a couple more seconds, then floored it and drove away at like 100 miles an hour down the corner. I still wonder what would have happened if she truly thought I was from whatever this Black 71 was. I looked it up later to see if it was a gang or something, but I couldn't find anything on it. To this day, I wonder if maybe she was just high and tripping out or something. I remember one night I was sitting in my apartment waiting for a friend to come over when there was a knock on the door. I was in a locked complex, so I felt fairly safe to just say, "Come in." All of a sudden though, an unfamiliar sweating and red-faced man bust open the door so hard with his shoulder, he put a big hole in the wall. He took 3 huge strides in and looked around. "Hey there, this is a nice apartment." He doubled over and grunted like he was trying to exorcise a demon from himself. My roommate was horror-struck in the kitchen, and I remember grabbing a nearby knife and thinking if he got any closer, I was going to stab him as many times as I could. The man stayed where he was though, so I kept a calm tone and acted like he was welcome. He seemed to either be having a schizophrenic episode or intensely tweaking, maybe even both. I grabbed a beer and slid it over to him, where it remained unopened for several minutes. Finally, I worked up the courage to send him off so I could go to bed. Somehow, he believed that and left without a fight. Those stretch of seconds, though, where I was trying to mentally prepare myself to kill this crazy intruder, still gets me locking the door every time I can. Two weeks ago, I was walking back to my car after a date. Apparently, she'd told people it wasn't a date, but it really was. My car was on the 3rd floor of a nearby parking garage. I moved with the flow of foot traffic and ended up jammed into a small elevator with about 10 other people. The elevator began to ascend, but after a couple of floors, the elevator dropped very suddenly. We all laughed this off as nothing, because we continued our climb just fine after. After a couple more floors though, the elevator dropped unexpectedly again. This happened several times, but the doors refused to open to let anyone off. The garage was 7 floors high. Eventually, we went all the way to the top and almost dropped down to the bottom twice, then climbed up the whole way again. By the time this whole ride had finally ended, with the doors opening on the first floor where we'd started, many people were screaming, terrified for their lives. Others were completely petrified. One woman in particular was just locking eyes with me almost the entire time, as if she knew we were going to die or something. I think her wide-eyed face full of terror was just as horrifying as the rest of the experience was for me. I read later that people don't often die in elevator crashes, but it sure seemed life-threatening at the time, and it was most definitely a scary experience. I was riding my bike home late one night when I saw that coming my way was a very large man with sunglasses on. He stopped me by getting in front of me and said, "Do you mind if I ask you some questions?" The fact that he said questions as in multiple weirded me out, so I told him, "No, sorry, I have to go." I started riding around him and pedaling away. At the next block there was a red light, so I stopped for a moment to check both ways. I suddenly felt the urge to look back, and as I did so, I saw the man was now running toward me. He was about 20 feet away. I freaked out and just decided to go. He'd gotten as close as a couple of feet away from me before I finally pedaled away. I was pedaling as fast as I could on my bike until I was about 3 or 4 blocks away. When I looked back, I could see the man was still chasing after me. I never pedaled so hard in my life all the way home. This happened a few years ago while I was in university. At the time, I still lived with my mom and my brother, and I commuted back and forth to school 2 days a week. I woke up for school one day, got ready, and went out to my car to leave. As I stepped outside, though, I noticed an apple with one bite taken out of it, sitting on top of one of my tires inside the wheel well. Well, that was weird. I went to my car and noticed all the doors were unlocked. That was even weirder. I don't have power locks, and I would never manually unlock every single door because I didn't have passengers usually. I'm very particular about checking to make sure the doors are locked too. The strangest part though was that nothing was stolen. My iPod was sitting in the dash perfectly in view and was still there. I had some stuff in the back seat too that was untouched. As I got in and went to reverse out of my driveway, I realized my passenger side tire was completely flat, as if someone had let all the air out of it. I called both my parents to explain these strange events. They both agreed it was weird, but shrugged it off as maybe I'd just forgotten to lock the car. Maybe a kid was walking to school and thought the apple thing would be funny or something. The next day, my mom came into my room kinda freaked out and woke me up. She asked me, "What did that apple look like from yesterday?" "It was red. It had a bite taken out of it, I think." Her face went white. "Well, there's a red apple with one bite taken out of it sitting on the kitchen windowsill right now." Naturally, I ran out of bed. To my shock, there it was, placed perfectly in the middle of the windowsill so we could see it when we pulled up the blinds. We also noticed the patio furniture chair was turned around and facing the house, as if someone had been sitting there and watching us. We both got freaked out and called my dad, who agreed this was pretty damn creepy. We called the police, but there wasn't really anything they could do about apples being on our property. They did agree it was suspicious though, and assigned an officer to us in case anything else developed. Over the next week or so, every day I'd wake up and find a red apple with a single bite taken out of it placed somewhere on our property. One on the tip of our fence post, one in a flower planter at eye level in our garage. A new spot every day. Other weird things kept happening too, like outdoor furniture being moved around. Finally, after the week went by, we were just about ready to fucking sell our house because of this. My mom had a conference out of town, and my brother and I didn't want to stay there alone. We went with her and were gone for one night. When we came back the next afternoon, we inspected the property for apples, but there was nothing. We go inside and I decide I'll go down to the gym. I go out to my car and start reversing down the driveway when I feel my car run over something. I stop my car, hanging out in the road, and looked ahead to see that I'd just run over an apple. There it was, squished on my driveway. I grabbed a golf club and called my parents. Someone was clearly watching us, because that apple had not been there when we got there an hour ago. My mom told me to go over to the neighbors and ask if they had seen anything. I go over to knock on their door when I look down and see a pile of red apples in their garden right beside their door. No apple trees in sight. I told the woman what was happening and said we called the police and had installed security cameras if she saw anything to let us know. It never happened after that day, so we're pretty convinced it was their son. He was around my age. They sold their house and moved not long after that, for other reasons, I'm sure. It was honestly the scariest 2 weeks of my life. I honestly thought someone was trying to send me some sort of freaky Snow White apple message or something. My wife was in the house. I was in the garage, which was detached from the house, at the back of the yard, maybe 25 feet away. This was in the days before everyone had a cell phone, so I'd bought us some cheap Radio Shack walkie-talkies so my wife could reach me if she needed me without having to come outside. You know, time for dinner, you gonna come to bed, that kind of stuff. Anyway, it was around 2 a.m. when my wife called me up over the walkie-talkie. "I'm heading to sleep now. You coming in?" "I'll be right there," I radioed back. "Me too," said someone else over the walkie-talkie. A male voice, clearly not me, and not my wife either. Did I mention these were cheap walkie-talkies and they only had a range of 35 feet? Which means whoever had said that was right outside. "Was that you?" asked my wife. "No," I said, trying not to let on that I was actually shitting my pants at that moment. I told her to lock the door. I looked around the garage, hoping to find something to use as a weapon. It was completely empty except the desk I was working at, since I used the garage as an office space. I tried to peek out the window, but it was pitch black outside, and I couldn't see anything. Finally, I grabbed the doorknob, tore open the door, and sprinted as fast as I could to the back door of the house. Somehow, I made it without being murdered in the night. To this day, I have no idea who said that, or where he was hiding outside. A buddy of mine and I decided to explore an abandoned chemical plant just outside of town. It was the middle of the night. This plant had shut down years before due to some EPA/Superfund issues. We decided to skip roaming in the fields where the tanks and pipes had been. Though they'd all been removed, we'd heard underground tanks full of stagnant water were still out there, with loose and missing covers. Falling 50 feet into mucky water and drowning didn't sound like a good way to die, so instead we decided to break into the administration building, which was open to the elements anyway. It had busted windows, doors which were pried open, etc. We wandered through moldy, ruined offices, saw busted mainframes. Then we turned a corner and entered another room. With our flashlights, we could see some gang graffiti and pentagrams on the wall. Pretty creepy, sure, but we figured it was just kids or people playing around before us. Everything was fun and games, until we turned the corner and saw several bullet holes in the sheetrock. Sheetrock which was soaked with fresh blood. Trails were dripping down the wallpaper into a small pool on the floor. We didn't stick around for much longer after that. I was parking on my street pretty late at night after work when I found a spot and positioned to parallel park. I noticed two men drinking beers, standing on the curb about a car's length away from me. As a young woman living in a party beach town, I took note immediately. I parked the car and decided to wait, in hopes they would either move or walk away. My doors were locked and the car was still running. I wasn't exactly scared per se, more like just playing it safe. All of a sudden though, I could no longer see one of the men. I turned around in my seat to look for the other one. Just at that moment, as I looked away, the one in my peripheral vision lunged in and tried to yank open my passenger door. Then I could feel and hear the missing man climbing onto the roof of my car from the back. My first instinct was to put the car in gear and get moving. Now the guy on top was riding my car like a bull. I could see his hands gripping onto my windshield. I had a moment of thought that I could either accelerate until he fell off or hit the brakes and send him flying. I hit the gas and kept driving until I heard and felt the thud of his body against the pavement. Malicious intent or not, I can't believe they would be so dumb as to climb onto a terrified girl's moving car. Needless to say, I parked in my neighbor's spot that night. I live in a small town in the countryside in the Netherlands. I was about 8 or 9, and I would always go out playing with toy cars in the sand. The sand in question was located on what we'll call the dike, which was essentially a long, elevated street that ran parallel to a canal about 2 blocks away from my home. One evening, I was playing with one of my friends as usual. The sun was going down, so we grabbed up all our stuff and went our separate ways. My friend lived just down the road, directly connected to the dike, so we went our separate ways. I heard a car coming down the road and didn't think anything of it. The next day, though, it turned out the person in that car was a registered sex offender who had tried to grab my buddy that night on his way home. He'd only just managed to yank himself free as it was happening right outside his house. Then he jumped into his garden. After that, I wasn't really allowed to play in that area anymore. It always felt so creepy though, how close I came to losing my friend that night, and how close I'd been from my very own encounter too. I guess it might be pretty tame compared to some other stories here, but that's the kind of thing that sticks with you. I woke up in the middle of the night one night while in a deep sleep. I was in my room at my mom's really creepy old house. As I started to come to more, I noticed there were 3 ladies in white gowns standing around my bed. They just stood over me, staring down at me for an entire minute. I didn't know what to do, so I just sat there shaking and scared shitless. They all turned to each other and started mumbling something. All of a sudden, they opened the door to my balcony and literally jumped off into the night. In the morning, when I told my mom about this, she went to check and found blood below the balcony where they jumped off the night before. I have no idea who they were, and just thinking about that night scares me. It's always creepy being stalked by someone. I've been stalked 3 times, but I'll just recount the creepiest time it happened. I was at university. I had a doctor's appointment which was on a side street, just off the main shopping street in the city. It was in the middle of a chilly afternoon. There were a few people around, but not that many. As I was walking, I noticed a man step out of one of the shops. Immediately, I noted 2 things about him that struck me as quite weird. One, he was wearing a long black coat, carrying a black briefcase, and wearing a black top hat. too, he had this weird look in his eye when he caught me looking at him. His lips curled up, and there was a glint in his eye that looked almost hungry. I'm the type to smile back at people out of politeness, so I did so this time as well. I remember acknowledging how out of place he seemed, but then I quickly forgot about it and kept on walking on my way. I had walked about 200 meters and just turned off onto my side street when a sudden feeling made me look left and back over my shoulder. I saw him on the opposite side of the street, walking quickly and looking toward me. I thought to myself, oh, it's that guy. Don't freak out, he's probably just walking in the same direction. I took my phone out and pretended I was texting while walking. I noticed out of the corner of my eye, though, that he was crossing right over to where I was. I started to walk a bit faster. I could see the doctors up ahead, so I tried to quicken my speed. His footsteps were loud behind me, and my heart was beating fast in my chest. I could tell he was so close, it was almost like he was about to step on the back of my heels. I took a sharp right to the doctors and ran right up to the glass door. To my horror, I could see in the reflection him right behind me, jerking in shock that I'd veered off to the side. I ran in, and the receptionist told me to go upstairs and wait in the waiting room. By now, I was shaking and feeling sick. Maybe I was just being dramatic. My doctor arrived in 5 minutes. She told me I looked pale and frightened, and I explained what happened. She told me we should look out the window from the second floor and see if the man was still there. I was sure he would be gone by now, but as we looked out, I could see him walking at the end of the street back and forth. He was hovering outside and was peering in for several minutes before slowly walking away. I'll never be able to say exactly what his intentions were. Maybe he was just a guy who wanted to meet a girl and ask for her number, but him not saying anything made the situation so much worse. That's one of the few times in my life where I had the feeling I was in real danger. This will probably be lost somewhere or no one will hear it, but this is basically where my fear of the dark started. It was about 8 o'clock at night, and everyone else was downstairs, while I was upstairs all alone. I'd recently bought a cheap laser pointer from the ice cream man, and I wanted to try it out. I was in the bathroom with the door open, and it was pitch black. I was waving my new laser around when suddenly I froze. From the corner of my eye, I could see a girl standing in the hallway with extremely dark, sunken eyes. I had no idea what to do. I stood there for a good 10 seconds before turning on the light and locking the door. I waited until someone came upstairs before I got the courage to leave the bathroom. A couple of days later, I told my grandma what happened, and she told me she'd had a similar experience as well. She saw someone, a woman, going upstairs. She had my uncle go check it out because it might have been his crazy ex-girlfriend, but no one was there. After that, she continued to hear footsteps when no one else was supposed to be around. Fast forward a couple of years. I went on a trip to San Francisco while she was left home alone for a couple of days. She called us late at night though, saying she was terrified. Right around the time the clock struck midnight, there was knocking on her bedroom door. We have the windows and doors locked at all times at night, so she had no idea how someone got in. Shortly after, we finally got our house blessed, and ever since then we've not had any further experiences. I'm not saying it's anything paranormal, but I was about 6 or 7 years old and lived in Colombia. I had made a trip to Cali with my grandparents to visit some family friends. One morning, we decided to go out to the park. There was some sort of local holiday going on, so there were a lot of people in costumes walking on stilts. I remember that for some reason, one of the people in the costumes caught my attention. I didn't realize it, but I was about 30 feet away from my grandparents, who were watching over me. As I got closer, the tall and thin man in a black costume with a white mask, almost looking like Slender Man, called me over and asked for my name, what I was doing, and asked me to come with him. I began to mindlessly follow him for a few seconds until I heard my name being screamed. The man pulled at my hand, but because he was on stilts, it slipped away as I ran. I don't think I've ever been so scared in my life. To think that I could have been kidnapped still terrifies me to this very day. Went to a friend's house when my brothers and I were younger. Being kids in the country, we could typically be found outside. We decided to go to an abandoned house that was about a 30-minute bike ride away. We'd actually been there a few times before. We'd gotten about halfway there, all four of us queued up on the side of the road, about to bike up the final hill. That was when, right in front of us, coming our direction, we saw a 4x4 truck doing 100 kilometers an hour. It wasn't exactly unusual. People were always flying down these roads, and we were quite used to it. We slowed down and pulled over to the side to avoid being hit. A few feet before the truck passed us by, though, we saw a 20-something-year-old woman lean out the window. Her legs were still in the truck, and it looked like she was being held down. When she saw us, she began screaming for help as the car sped past. We sort of looked around and at each other. My heart was beating out of my chest. We were all so scared we turned around and biked back to our friend's house and called the cops immediately. We never heard anything after that, though. My husband and I were driving 700 miles to our new home, both 23 at the time. It was late at night with a few other cars on the highway. I was driving when I noticed there was a car right on my bumper. My husband noticed too after about 15 minutes and told me to let him by. Every time I switched lanes, though, his car did too, very obviously so. I switched lanes probably every minute for 10 minutes. I sped up finally and seemed to have lost him. 3 minutes later, though, I noticed the car was right back on my bumper again. We were both freaking out and looking for an exit. We found one, and of course the car followed us off. We sped up even more and finally lost track of the car again. We ended up stopping at a remote, closed restaurant. I jumped out and told my husband to drive. We ended up driving a bit further, sitting in a McDonald's parking lot parked in between two cop cars. After a while, we finally got the courage to get back on the road. No one was following us anymore. I still don't know what that was all about, but it was certainly very creepy. A couple of years ago, I used to live in a residential neighborhood with a lot of interconnecting streets, fields, and shortcut trails that cut between houses so you didn't have to walk all the way around. I used to walk a lot, and one day I was leaving my house and walking towards the end of the road. That was when this certain car passed the intersection. I couldn't see the guy inside, but I could certainly feel him looking at me. I kept walking and took a shortcut onto a different street. A little while later, though, that very same car passed me by once again. It went a bit further down and parked. The man got out and started walking towards me. I was too far away to see his face clearly, but I figured that couldn't be anything good. I sprinted through a field to a different street not much farther away. I looked behind me, and he was no longer following me on foot. I started walking down this side street that looped back around to the street I was on before. When I got to the end of it, though, I saw the car pass by again. Now I was getting pretty freaked out. There were so many houses around, though, I figured nothing could happen, so I kept on walking. I got to a long stretch of houses, where at the end of the houses, it turned into a street thickly lined with trees. The car was parked right at the end, waiting for me, I assumed. Well, of course I'm not that dumb, so I pivoted and started walking a different way towards my house. The car passed me by again. This time I turned to glare at it though. It slowed down for a second, then sped up and hightailed it away. I never saw it again after. I did, however, remember the make and model, and every time I saw a similar car parked in someone's driveway, it always made me wonder. I also have to wonder what would have happened if I had walked to where they were parked. What a creepy fucker. One creepy incident I had in LA happened when I was walking home from work one night. I would ride my bike everywhere until one day someone stole my bike at the metro station. I thought it would be fine to just walk from then on. One night, my roommate came in behind me. He told me he'd seen a man in a ski mask following me home. I'd went inside, but my roommate was in his vehicle. Because he was there, the masked man had to pretend he lived there or something and go in through the garage. He promptly did so. According to my roommate, though, the man hid underneath a vehicle. My roommate got out of his car and told the man, "I can still see you." The man continued to hide underneath the car until my roommate came upstairs to tell me the whole story. After that, he swiftly fled away. I'll always remember this one. I was around 12 years old heading into a store 24, now Tedeschi's in Boston. There was this old guy in a beige sedan, just parked right out front of it. My mom rarely let me go to the store by myself, and this is one of those times where she trusted me, and the world itself, I guess. Anyway, I come out of the store, and the old man sitting in the sedan waves me to come near to his car. He looked innocent enough, so I walked over, still keeping a fair bit of distance. He couldn't reach out and touch me or anything like that from where he was sitting. He asked me a few general questions. My name, where I lived, how old I was. I lied about all of it. Finally, he asked me if I would like to make some money. I entertained him by asking him how. He told me he had a few kids digging holes near Arsenal Mall and wanted me to participate and dig some holes with him and the other kids. A big what the fuck came over me. I didn't do anything sudden though. I simply told him I had to go home and ask my mom if it was okay. He kept trying to reassure me that it would be a very fast project and all I needed to do was get into his car. If it would make me feel more comfortable, he could even drive me back down the street to my mom's place. I kept backing up and saying, "I'll be right back. I have to ask my mom." I started running down the street. Behind me, I could see the man jetting out of the parking lot. It's probably the one story I remember so vividly as a kid, because I remember being very self-aware going home, thinking I had almost been kidnapped that day. May 21st, 2011 was the day Harold Camping predicted the rapture would happen. That day started perfectly normal for me. My sister and I, both teenagers at the time, were home alone watching TV downstairs. In the late afternoon though, we heard a knocking at the door. We weren't expecting anybody to come over, so we crept upstairs to look out my bedroom window, which had a good view of the walkway to our house and part of the driveway. There was an unmarked white van parked on the street, still running. The knocking got louder and more aggressive. He even started using the metal knocker on our front door. Eventually, the banging and knocking got so strong that the glass windows in my room were even shaking in the window pane. After a few minutes, the man stepped off the porch onto the walkway and peered straight up into my window. The man stared at us, smiling. He gave us a quick wave, then walked over to the van, into the passenger side, and the car drove away. I have no idea who he was or what he wanted. It was extremely scary at the time. Afterward, though, my sister and I, who are not Christian by the way, joked he must have been hurting us up for our 5 months of hell on earth. I was about 10 years old, just chilling in my room, when I just so happened to look out my window. I was just in time to see the shadow of a man with a knife sneaking past. You see, the thing is, my window looks right out into the backyard fence, so the only way a person could cast a shadow like that was if they were directly in front of my window. Understandably, I began to freak out. My mom rushed out into the backyard with a knife of her own, but she couldn't find anything, and she told me I must have just been imagining it. This happened just yesterday. I live in a dorm at my university. I didn't lock the doors because I'm somewhat stupid. At 5:30 in the morning, I woke up because I could feel someone touching my legs. I looked down and saw a girl trying to climb up my lofted bed. I almost immediately recognized it as my friend, who I was watching a movie with earlier that night. Because of this, I wasn't that startled. I assumed she must have forgotten her phone or something and came back to grab it. She started climbing back down the ladder now that I was awake and walked back across the room. She stopped in the doorway and briefly looked at me Blair Witch style before abruptly leaving. My friend has a history of sleepwalking though, and talking, so I didn't really get that startled. Throughout the whole 20-second or so ordeal, I couldn't quite muster up the energy to speak, so I didn't so much as say a single hello. Shortly after she left though, I texted my friend asking why she'd been in my room. Turns out she was actually awake and in her own room at the time, so that wasn't her. When I was younger, there was a pedophile in a wheelchair who used to live next to the local playground. I was on the swings once talking to my friends when all of a sudden we could hear someone calling out for help. It was him. Often, to bait kids into coming near him, he would knock himself purposefully over in his wheelchair and have kids nearby come to help him up. Well, as it turns out, he actually needed some help that day. Instead, though, my friends and I ran away and informed my mother what happened. She told us to stay in the house while she contacted the police. A day later, she showed me the newspaper. In there was his obituary, stating he had died from a severe heart attack. Not exactly the creepiest, but the fact that I basically let a man die on purpose, even though I could have saved him, gives me the chills. My dad purchased a property in 2000 that he demoed and built a new house upon. My dad took me with him one evening just to show me the place. I remember standing in the backyard, filled to the brim with overgrowth, and casting a glance at the silhouette of the house. That was when I noticed a vividly human figure on the roof, kind of perched like a scarecrow facing me, arms up and still as death. I looked over at the other houses to see if such a resemblance could be made out. Perhaps it was an assortment of satellite dishes or a funny-looking smokestack. The image grew more terrifying with each glance, so I tried my hardest to pretend it wasn't there. We eventually took a walk around the inside of the house. It was in a decrepit state. We went home after. The next time I visited the home, my dad needed to check something, so I tagged along again. It was daytime this time though, so I was curious to see what had been the cause of my terrible imagination. I returned to find nothing on that roof at all on my second visit. I didn't see anything. It was a small bungalow with a regular roof. In the center, between the top and bottom, was where I swear I'd seen the scarecrow-like figure before. I pooped my pants for days after.